Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again. It's Thursday night and we got Overwatch action here at the NECC. We're starting out in the Champions Division. St. Clair Saints Academy versus Fisher College JV. My name's Chase Nuclear Nukem and I'm joined this evening by my wonderful co-commentator, Berkeley Alt-Charge Stevens. Alt-Charge, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good tonight, Nuke. We got 2 games on our docket for our sets. We're going to be on the game after this. It's 2 number 1 seeds against 2 number 8 seeds. This is just kind of how the first round of playoffs usually works out. We have an undefeated team in St. Clair facing a team that has not gotten a victory, except for by forfeit, and that's Fisher College JV. This one could be a 3-0, or we could see one of the most miraculous upsets in collegiate esports. So, Nuke, either way, I'm looking forward to this one. I love Fisher. I love St. Clair. These two teams have good NECC histories. So I'm really hoping that we can just get forward, get into Ilios, and have Fisher maybe shock us for map number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And you brought up a good point there, Berkeley, alluding to Ilios. Since we are in playoffs, this will be a pick-ban style series, both in all of our series tonight, match 1 and match 2. Going into the lineup first, we got St. Clair Saints Academy. We got Apostle, Grave, Grubby, the Holy Juan, and Injustice. What are we seeing on the side of Fisher College JV?
Yeah, on the side of Fisher College, we've got Zekrom. That's going to be the tanking force for this squad. Then Mias and Tay are going to be the damage dealers. Matrix and Silent will be trying to keep the entire team alive on support.
Yeah, and Matrix, that is his main role. He previously was a student at St. Ambrose, where I'm currently the director of esports, and just an overall fantastic individual. So if the mental and if the shot calling is going to come from any team, any member to get this team their first dub, I think it's going to be now. And like you said, it would be a pretty crazy feat to beat the first team in the first round of playoffs. I think Fisher might have what it takes, but it will be a steep hill to climb because St. Clair has a very reputable program, and their JV team has shown that they have what it takes to win the whole thing this season.
Yeah, Fisher is definitely incredibly well coached, so they could be well coached enough for an upset. They've had some time to prepare for this matchup, but I gotta go with the on-paper Titan here. I gotta go with St. Clair Saints. I think they 3-0 this game, but if they don't, if I eat my words and it's even a 3-1, Fisher has shocked me, so things can only really look up for Fisher from where I'm sitting. Nuke, this is actually a little different for playoffs. Normally we have fixed map pools. Do you want to tell everyone how the map pool works for playoffs?
Yeah, absolutely. So the way that map pools will work for playoffs is we're going to go through the map picks and bans for each individual section, if you will. So we'll pick ban control maps, we'll pick brand hybrid maps, we'll move through it all, and then we'll go back to control at the end. So the rest is TBD, as it says up on the screen, but we know for sure we are going into Ilios first map. Absolutely. Fisher banned Midtown at the beginning, and then they banned Watchpoint Gibraltar, it looked like. That's what I'm seeing on my notes, which is weird because that is a control map, but that's what we got.
That's what we got for the ban so far. Not quite sure what the ban was for control, but talking about Ilios, that's a map where you can actually get a pretty good look at your opponent. I love the control maps for this reason. Lijiang Tower and Ilios, I think, are the two best to just give yourself some map diversity. You could see your opponent probably run a dive comp on a map like Ruins, and then probably go with...
1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
St. Clair Saints Academy squad going off against Fisher College JV. Similar compositions to open up. St. Clair is going to test a Fisher hit scan early running this pharmacy.
Great test too, because looking at both of these rosters, they have pretty much just enough to fit, and we're getting into the first fight. Holy Juan taking out a pick on Mias to start off this map. That could spell trouble for Fisher JV. As you said, Berkeley, I don't know if they really expected to see the pharmacy out the gate.
Definitely not. Zekrom being the only really hit scan style of threat that they have to go against Grubby up on the bird in the skies is going to run them into some trouble. Mias needs to get in there and find a ton of value on Reaper because Grubby already sitting at 80%. You know those rockets are hitting direct hits. So St. Clair has put a force to be reckoned with out there, and Fisher, they haven't swapped to answer this test. They're going to trust their composition for the first few fights.
We could also see a lot of players switch off of the heroes that they're currently playing Berkeley, because with them having 6-player rosters, it is very real. A lot of these players are flex players. They could swap into a new role rather than bringing someone in off of the bench.
And Holy Juan just kind of fell into the pit of despair, but Grubby's got to bail this team out. Grubby finds 2 with the rocket barrage. St. Clair has gone back and given themselves the advantage in this fight. Zekrom was able to find 1 pick there, but not before falling, and this should be another easy fight cleaned up for St. Clair. Still, the Pharah unanswered. Fisher has not made a swap to an extra hit scan. They're just going to try and run this one and get things to work.
Yeah, the Pharah as well, already reigning justice. 15% to the next ult charge. Apostle looking pretty good as well. Does have Primal Rage online. Looking at the side of Fisher, they've had to make a couple of swaps. They don't have anything up very soon, and they're bleeding players. But they get a couple of picks going into this fight. This could be huge.
And Justice is able to get that Resurrect back onto the tank, and Apostle to hold down the front lines. Juan goes down to Mias, who's finally found some value on a flank here. Fisher scrapping together a fight, but stuck in close corridors, and with rockets direct hitting them in the face, and Grubby nearly has another barrage online. St. Clair, with just 15 seconds left to hold point number 1, could jump out to an advantage here on Ilios. The Primal Rage coming out. Apostle says these hands are rated E for everyone, and Grubby lets the rockets fly in the sky, only enough to take down Matrix, but Matrix did have a sound barrier that Fisher will not get to use to bail themselves out of this fight. And this one, Nuke, it looks like it's all wrapped up. It's desperation ultimates from Fisher. It's gonna take a miracle from Zekrom. He's found 2 so far. Make it 3. Fisher's here to stay.
Wow, Zekrom coming in clutch for the side of Fisher. Being able to get those headshots on the Sojourn was quintessential. Now they're just going to need to replicate that same energy onto Grubby and get this pharmacy out of the sky.
And already closing in on the next dive staging this fight is Apostle. Zekrom tried to dash away and slide away from Apostle's reach, ends up going into the pit of despair. That's both Sojourns making that mistake so far, and that could cost them the round here. If St. Clair gets a flip here, Nuke, they're already in overtime, and there's not even a touch. That is what happens in Overwatch 2. No chance at stalling out this control.
Set the load size to oof, Berkeley, because they did not want to lose the point in that way. They had sound barrier online. They just had to get to point and be organized. That's really what I'm seeing now between these two rosters, is Fisher is a little bit more spread on who they're trying to take out. It doesn't seem like the backline is targeting a target at the same time. Their pacing seems a little off. Zekrom was able to get a couple of kills and open up that point for the side of Fisher very early, but St. Clair just looking all around dominant in how they're using their ultimates, how they're getting in. A possible use of Primal Rage to knock them off point when they were at that crucial 90% was really what allowed them to stall and win that point. If it wasn't for Zekrom getting those headshots on the Sojourn, it would have flipped much earlier.
And going into point number 2 here on Ilios Lighthouse, Grubby still feels confident on the Pharah. Grave opens things up here with a kunai headshot onto Zekrom, as the Fisher College damage dealers have kind of changed their roles. Now it's Mias onto the Sojourn, Zekrom playing the flex DPS, and, you know, they've also got a Roadhog here. It's looking like one of my ranked games right now, Nuke. They've put a final boss out as their tank, hoping that they're able to carry this team through this with some extra damage, going away from the Winston, away from coordinated dives. I'm not sure if it's the move, but maybe it'll pay off for Fisher.
I've seen this a lot in the Korean play, and it's something that we actually talked with Co-College about last week, running this Roadhog in a composition, but you really need a Sombra to pair with it. Fisher College, like you said, just kind of looking like they're grasping at straws. We might see a pick come out from B, not quite. Grave and Holy Juan finding both of the supports is going to send Fisher back to the spawn doors with some potential staggers. They're going to need to get it together soon, Berkeley, or they're going to lose Ilios very quickly.
Yeah, and St. Clair coming up pretty close to the spawn doors here. They know their composition has a ton of mobility to go in, get aggressive, and to get out in a flash. Now they're going to have a few ultimates online to hold this point down.
Yeah, they will have a couple of ultimates. They do have that Rocket Barrage online. They do have the Kitsune online as well from Kiriko. 3 ultimates online. This is going to be a hard cookie to crack for the side of Fisher. Ooh, and we're actually going to see Tracer Bomb come out from Zekrom, not finding anyone. That's going to be Justice rating from above again on Grubby, finding 2 picks. But 65% if I'm Fisher. We need to reset now because we only have 2 alive and we cannot afford to get staggered.
30 seconds left for Fish to hold this one. They've saved their Valkyrie and their Winston's Primal Rage, using both DPS ultimates as well as the Kitsune Rush to just dust that fight early. But Fisher finally has some resources. They've got a chance, their best chance of the round, to come back in and take this objective away. And now Grubby's out of the skies. They've got to stop this res, but Injustice is going to get it off easily. Mias not able to close the distance onto that Mercy resing up that far, and now Grubby is once again the biggest threat in this lobby, already at 50% to that next barrage. And now Fisher needs a touch. Do they get there in time? Zekrim just barely manages to blink to the point, and now they've Kitsune rushed onto it as well, having to pop the recall here. Zekrim just to stay alive, and they've got to make sure they're able to touch this objective. Nuke, now it's a 4 versus 4. They've dealt with the tank, they've dealt with Juan. Grubby's out of the skies, but not before booping off Mias. Still, though, it looks like Fisher are able to control this point for the moment.
Yeah, that was a very close fight. Fisher doing a great job of playing those corners. They got in, they were able to get some boops, some positional knockoffs onto St. Clair, and it won them the fight. I do have to question the switch from Zekrim onto this Tracer and Mias onto the Sojourner when Zekrim was making those plays in the last map. It seems to be working. They have the sound barrier ready to go from Matrix, and that may win them this next fight if they're able to get a pick early. However, that's going to be Holy Juan taking out Silent Joseph. Grubby finding Mias. This is looking like it may flip back over to St. Clair pretty quickly, Berkeley.
Yeah, this one could be a wrap here on point 2. The barrage to be an exclamation point of violence to end things on Ilios. St. Clair, your favorite on paper, jumps out to a fairly decisive 1-0 scoreline after control.
Yeah, there was no answer for the Pharmacy Berkeley. Unfortunately, Fisher College unable to hold their defense. St. Clair, this was the map they chose first. They wanted Ilios in control, and they showed why they're a dominant threat on this map with the play of the game going to Zekrim on that first point.
Yeah, I mean, a phenomenal show of skill here from Zekrim, but it's just a consolation prize as Fisher was not able to get 25% on either of those rounds on Ilios. Headed to Hybrid next, they will pick the Battleground. I hope it's one that they've scrimmed a ton because they've got a big challenge ahead of them in St. Clair.
Yeah, they do. I mean, this is why it's the number 1 seed versus the number 8 seed. That's how it goes in playoff seeding. You have the biggest differential in round 1 in the quarters, and it gets slowly closer every time as you move on to semifinals and then finals. We are going to be hanging out for a minute, Berkeley. The players have to determine what they're going to pick and ban. What do you think is going through their minds right now if you are in the shoes of Fisher College with these picks and bans going on to the next series?
I mean, if you're Fisher, you have to pick around the Pharmacy. You have to kind of bet that Grubby is going to run that again because he had no reason to switch off on Ilios. Maybe you pick a map where hit scans can be a lot more prevalent. There's not enough high natural cover in the skies for the Pharah to hide behind, and Grubby's forced to expose themselves to a lot of damage from those hit scans. And we also haven't seen what Grubby can also play. Grubby could be a very good Reaper player, and that fits in very well in this meta. They love to run the Winston, does St. Clair, so I would expect to see Grubby switch over to a Reaper, maybe a Tracer, if they have to swap off the Bird. But right now, you've just got to make Grubby switch onto something because he's playing his best strength in this game so far and just completely controlling what Fisher is able to do.
And it's got to be dominant, right? It can't just be something that says, oh, we're going to just take out the Pharah. It'd be one thing if they were running Pharah, but Fisher is struggling with the Pharmacy, right? It seems as though their drug costs have gone up, and they cannot afford to not have maybe multiple hit scans on these birds in the skies because Injustice is able to keep the Justice alive.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the switch over to the Roadhog, probably not something they want to explore further, let's say, to put it nicely. I think going over to a Diva or trying to play the Winston a little bit better and coordinate with your DPS. This is Champions Division, so these teams, even though Fisher doesn't have a win yet, other than a forfeit in their record, They're in the Champions Division. This is a team that knows how to coordinate their DPS with their tank. I think they either gave up on the Winston too early, or they should go with a D.Va to counter the Pharah if that is what Grubby picks in map 2. I just don't think the Roadhog is going to get you enough value on the ground. As long as Grubby is up there in the skies with Injustice pocketing, he's too dangerous. It doesn't matter if you go up 2 picks in the fight, Grubby can still swing that back.
Absolutely. I think it could have been... I think the Roadhog actually could work Berkeley if the DPS decide to play Sombra, right? You get that Pharah low enough to the ground, you wait for your moment, you hack, she's a sitting duck, literally. And that gives Roadhog now the opening to be able to get those picks, right? You need the Sombra to pair with those picks out. That's how the composition works. But it seems like you said earlier, it seems like they're almost going for a ranked strat where everyone is just playing their best characters and they're running it. They have to have the synergy going into this next map if they want to take a map on this series. Looking at our notes, hearing in from HQ right now, St. Clair is going to ban Eichenwald and Fisher will pick King's Row.
Yeah, King's Row, one of those maps where a lot of people think it's just a ground and pound style of map where you just go forward with a speed boost and you brawl it out. That's not really the case. Pharah is actually incredibly effective. Think of the height of the buildings on King's Row. That's natural cover for Grubby to hide behind very easily on attack and defense through points 1 and 2. It doesn't really become a map where Grubby can't play Pharah until point 3. So I'm wondering if Grubby is going to start on Pharah or if they go with something else. But Nuke, to your point about adding the Sombra, Grubby doesn't have to be within hack range, not even close. There's not going to be a whole lot of damage fall off with a Mercy pocketed Pharah. Still going to be dealing 150 damage per direct hit. So I don't know if Sombra's the threat, and sticking with a Roadhog, I think multiple hit scans, adding a D.Va, make your tank a threat to the Pharah as well, because Grubby right now is a threat to all 5 members of Fisher.
Right, and the patch did just come through, so D.Va kind of sitting in a comparable spot right now. She had her spread, increased a little bit, damage reduced a little bit. Maybe that's not the answer, but I do agree with you. I 100% think that they need to make more swaps and try more things and play adaptively rather than just going with their technical strategies and running in. King's Row might be the chance to do it. Another map where Widowmaker is very popular, and maybe Fisher's able to throw out a Widowmaker into the mix and make this Pharah have a really bad time.
Yeah, Widowmaker on attack, certainly an option. On defense, we've seen some Widowmakers on first point. Ashe is a pretty popular pick, and one of the most underrated damage dealers in Overwatch 2 right now is definitely Ashe. I think that's another option for Grubby to end up going to if Pharah doesn't work out, because I think Injustice likes to be in a position where they can pocket a DPS, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Grubby switch to an Ashe instead of the likes of a Reaper. But we do see a D.Va in T going up against Apostle on the Zarya. I gotta give the advantage to St. Clair here. The Zarya beam, still such an incredible amount of damage to face off against a D.Va composition.
Yeah, I mean, D.Va's already demeched, and they have to take out the Zarya for it to have value. I don't know if they're going to find that, but you and I should both buy a lottery ticket, Berkeley, because it seems as though both of our predictions were right. Fisher College running 2 hit scan. St. Clair sticking to their guns with this pharmacy, and Apostle on this Zarya is a huge advantage for St. Clair being able to get those bubbles off, but that's going to be Matrix opening up this fight, hitting the headshot on Apostle, opening it up.
And just another example of Grubby being a threat. It doesn't matter if you go up 1 member in a fight, even 2 members, Grubby is still going to be able to swing everything back unless he's pressured so incredibly hard. In that first fight, we saw St. Clair's tank and Apostle get a little too aggressive, rounded the corner near the hotel, paid for it with their life, but Grubby provides the value again, already at 75% to Barrage.
And Zekrom making the switch back over to Widowmaker, that's going to compromise their ultimate economy just a little bit here, Berkeley. St. Clair all above 60% for their ults. Zekrom finding a crucial shot onto Holy Quan, however, Injustice will get the resurrect.
That's going to make this one a 5 versus 5 here, rounding the corner near the Alderworth Hotel is T on the Zarya. Graviton Surge? No, not the Graviton Surge. Sorry, that's the Sojourn ability that takes up much of our screen. Graviton Surge, though, is online. It is about to come out. That's the only tool St. Clair has to use. They have just charged up the Ant Matrix and a couple ultimates nearby, but they're in complete control of the economy in this game. Chase, as Mios rounds the corner, hits the railgun headshot, gives Grubby a nice little railgun mohawk. Not done there, sits down Grave as well, but the rest of St. Clair responds beautifully, silencing Fisher's attack.
What a beautiful Graviton Surge. Well calculated, well placed. Apostle set them in their sights and let it rip. Fisher College rounded the corner, all grouped up. That is the positioning you don't want to see when you have a Zarya with Graviton Surge on the other team. Fisher doing a great job of getting some picks to open up the fight, but they needed to eat the whole pie. And unfortunately, they did not have room for dessert.
Oh, Grubby can't run away from T's beam there. Beam down, but the res comes through again. The Graviton Surge locks up the bird, and the healer Injustice is able to get felled there. It looks like Fish is going to be able to take this objective with some ease, but you know, it took a heavy alt economy advantage for them to do so. St. Clair used everything in that previous fight. They really only hung on to one ultimate. Fisher, though, this is a very good sign. We didn't see them find a lot of success on Ilios, almost none. Now they've gotten at least a win condition here on King's Row.
And now we're fighting to kill the Mercy. the spawn difference. Zekrom going in and finding the headshots onto Quan and the Mercy Injustice. As St. Clair is having to back up. Fisher pushing their advantage, recognizing when they're ahead. And Berkeley, I would say it is it's beautiful to see actually that Fisher utilized all of their ultimates, taking the point. Because they only had a minute left on the clock, and realistically, they could not afford to just push in on the same point again. They needed to get some progress, and they were able to use those ultimates to actually stagger St. Clair pretty heavily. Fisher going to be able to round this first corner going into the fight with ease.
Yeah, there was a game you and I casted last week, Chase, where one of the teams playing did not push the advantage when they had an alt economy. That's not a mistake I expect to see in the Champions Division at all. That's just textbook from Fisher to steamroll into the point with resources, know they've got that fight in the bag as long as they use their alt effectively, and they're able to take it. But St. Clair has made a brief stop in the payload's progression, and we'll see how Fisher's able to get out of spawn and attack point 2.
Yeah, Ult Charge, you brought up a good point earlier as well. This pharmacy using the cover of these buildings well, and Fisher actually does not want to pump the brakes here. This is not a part of town they want to stop in by any means, because this pharmacy is going to use the corners of using this ground cover to their advantage. We're going to see the Zarya go in as well. Zekrom getting incredibly low and needing to back up to kick off this fight.
Yeah, I'm absolutely expecting Grubby to be most effective on this point. Graviton Surge comes out, Grubby's able to find one kill. Zekrom gets a collat headshot. 2 kills, 1 shot out of the railgun. Line it up like a COD montage. Zekrom just made a one-shot play to keep this payload moving, but Grubby still a threat, roaming around the rooftops. And is Fisher going to be able to take him out of the skies before Grubby does a ton of damage? The barrage nearly online again.
Yeah, I certainly hope Mom got the camera for that one, Ult Charge, because that was a beautiful collat. Lined it up, able to take both of the heads at once. As you said, Fisher doing a great job of just progressing this payload. Holy Juan will have some ultimates online. We are going to hear the Graviton Surge. Barrage from above from Grubby. Grubby's going to fall though to Tay. As Fisher College is now rounding out to the second point. 4 meters left. St. Clair needs to contest now. They will contest in time. We're going to see a tracer bomb from Mias on Holy Juan. They're pushing on point, and with no time to spare, only 44 seconds left on the clock. They need to find this point now. Fisher College in a comparable position, needing to take out all of the members of St. Clair who are on their last leg on this point.
I'm absolutely shocked we didn't see the Kitsune Rush come out. That could be a crucial error in this Fisher attack, because now St. Clair is totally back. The reinforcements have arrived. The high ground is under control by Grave with a Mercy Pocket if he ever needs it. Grubby swapped over to the Tracer now for some extra contest, and the damage dealers start to come alive. Fisher's attack completely dealt with. They hung onto that Kitsune Rush far too long. That was without a doubt the proving mistake in that Fisher point to attack, and they will not have time to get back to this objective. That is a defensive hold here. Maybe a little bit of stall nuke, but it's in desperation, and St. Clair still has ults to burn.
Classic Matrix with the stall on the Lucio, trying to get there with enough time. Unfortunately, The rest of Fisher will not make it in time, and the point will halt there. I love to see the dismantling of the offense by having the Baptiste and Mercy on that catwalk ult charge. That was so big brain from St. Clair. Both of the supports having a high ground, able to keeping each other alive. And unfortunately, the Kiriko on the side of Fisher was not able to find the headshots because Kiriko had to focus the immortality amp that was up there. So it was just overall, like I said, a dismantle by St. Clair onto Fisher on their attack, having both of the supports up there and you needing to literally turn around and look up to take out the supports, turning your back to the DPS. That is not what you want to do.
Yeah, a great use of the map, turning one of your supports in Grave into an absolute damage dealer on that second point high ground. Fisher, I really do think the mistake in that second point, I think they could have had it if when they were up 5v4, Silent Joe just popped that Kitsune Rush. Yep. Probably wanted to hold on to it to keep alt economy in Fisher's favor if they were able to take it, but St. Clair just did such a great job in their stall to get their reinforcements back, and then Matrix actually dropped the sound barrier for Fisher right as Tay went down. So just a little bit too late on the sound barrier and then holding on to the Kitsune Rush a little too long. Those two costly mistakes gave St. Clair an excellent hold on defense. Oh, Grubby, open it up any better than that? You cannot. Immediately switching over to the Tracer. Grubby's been deadly all game long. St. Clair steamroll into point number 1 with a 5v4 advantage, and Apostle smells blood in the water, wants to take all the kills he can claim.
Looking like they took some notes from Macho Man Randy Savage because they got them right where they want them, and it is raw aggression coming out. Zekrom, though, responding on Holy Juan and getting a headshot on Injustice. That won't matter, though, as St. Clair is able to capture the point within 30 seconds, Berkeley. They now have 5 minutes and 50 seconds, a whopping 5 minutes to move this payload to the second point.
And having that Widowmaker headshot pick by Grubby pay off for them is probably a little bit mentally booming for Fisher College. That is something you did not think you were going to face on this defense. They really didn't even get a chance to get their strategy set in place. It was just immediately opened up, and now St. Clair has an eternity to finish off second point and take King's Row away.
The synergy really composed of the timing and pacing we're seeing from St. Clair is just much faster than what Fisher is able to put out. St. Clair diving those backlines, and there's clear communication between Grubby and Apostle on when those bubbles are absolutely needed. It's going to be Tay taking out Holy Juan, though. Fisher finding a pick. Will it be enough to stop this onslaught coming on this offense from St. Clair?
The payload rounds the bookstore corner, yet to be really tested here by a Fisher defense. They're starting to come up online with a Kitsune Rush. They're going to need that quickly, though, as Apostle does have the Graviton Surge to use. And now might be a good time sending it in if they find these picks. It is going to have to be a stall fest in desperation for Fisher to go down, and the rest retreat. St. Clair might be pushing up all the way to spawn.
Yeah, honestly, Silent Joseph may have to pop the Kitsune to get Fisher there in time, Berkeley. Now that's Injustice raining from above. Not Justice, Injustice raining from above. Finding the headshots on the Mercy. Not even needing to pocket the Holy Juan. And holy smoke, St. Clair makes it in winning King's Row without a single stop from Fisher before that second point.
I was not expecting the Glock to be unleashed by Injustice all the way into third point spawn. Fisher College was just brutalized viciously by the St. Clair Mercy player. Here's the play of the game, of course, but play of the game in my eyes is Injustice going all the way down the length of King's Row with the Glock in Valkyrie, finding 3 kills. They hold the spawn and the payload coasts to the finish line. St. Clair, they're the favored team in this game. We clearly see why. It is a mismatch. This is likely going to be the end of the season in NECC for Fisher College JV. But I mean, you know, you're facing a world beater right now. It does not look like St. Clair has many weaknesses.
When the Mercy pulls out the Glock.
Yeah.
Very, very cheeky from St. Clair, recognizing their seed, feeling out that first game. It was a little bit back and forth. They were definitely testing Fisher with that pharmacy, and then once they felt comfortable, they ran the Tracer, which seemed to be even more dominant than the Pharah. And I think you called it ult charge. You said that earlier. He may show some dominance on the Pharah and then switch off onto that Tracer.
Yeah, definitely the flex DPS controlling this one. Fisher gets a brief break here in 2 minutes. We'll see if they're able to swing this one back for map 3. Stick around.
Welcome back to the action, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, you are joined by Berkeley Ultcharge Stevens and myself, Chase Nuclear Nukem, for the Fisher College versus St. Clair Saints Academy match. St. Clair up 2-0, and we got this in from HQ while you were gone. Looks like St. Clair's going to ban Junkertown. Fisher will pick Dorado in Game 3 of this series. Berkeley, what do you think is going on in Fisher's head to choose Dorado?
I don't know, Nuke. What's your favorite map to end your season on? Because I think they know what's in front of them, right? I mean, St. Clair hasn't lost a game to any team in the Champions Division. It doesn't look like a miracle upset is on the docket today. Unless St. Clair go to hiding strats for the rest of playoffs and they really break out something wonky on Dorado, I think they put this game to bed to start playoffs. I think we've got a quick one for match number 1 of our playoff streams. But Dorado, it's a fun map. There's high grounds. I think that Fisher has used high grounds well so far in this series. St. Clair has obviously done it better, like Kings Row Point 2. But, it's just a fun map. I think it's the one they just want to play to have a good time. Junkertown got banned. That's no fun. Dorado, fun.
I think it plays a lot like Kings Row as well. And maybe Fisher felt like they put up a better fight on Kings Row than what they did Ilios. And they have a strat that they may believe will work. So maybe that's why they're going down the path of Dorito, as it's said in the community. But agree, Berkeley. It may be their favorite map to end on. That could be it. We're going to see as we get into game if there's any major changes. Grave now going to actually be on the Brig. Holy Juan choosing the Reaper once more. It's going to be Mias on the... Oh, Mias on the side of Fisher College actually switching over to the Pharah. They're going to try out the Pharmacy strat.
I like it. Let's see how good Grubby is at hit scan, not choosing to take the dogfight right away, but maybe Grubby's gonna feed his ego a little bit and swap to that if he ever dies on Sojourn. I'm looking for that dogfight battle in the skies. I want to see the Pharah duel. Mias has stepped up to the table. Grubby has to answer it on the hit scan and almost has. The railgun almost finds the head, but not quite.
Yeah, switching targets as well. Grubby's now going to look more towards the ground. As Apostle gets stuck very, very early. Stick. Looks like Tay trying to get up top with this Reaper, find some value. That's going to be Holy Juan, however, finding a kill. Yeah, this is not looking good thus far. We could see the swap, but so far St. Clair able to lock this down.
So far they are. I don't really see it changing anytime soon. Mias could have a massive barrage that could open up a little bit of an attack here on point number 1, but the payload's still going to be very far from the initial objective. And how St. Clair is playing this Winston Reaper comp is how every team needs to do it. You just send in your Reaper. Juan TPs into the backline every single time, does not play near his team, and tries to be as big of a threat to the backline positioning as they possibly can. That barrage found nothing. That was the window maker for Fisher. They didn't make one there, and I don't expect this attack to succeed after this. That was their chance.
Absolutely. They needed to find some value in that barrage. Unfortunately, weren't able to do so. Really great slide from Grubby to get out, and Injustice doing a great job of flying to them to not die, right? You need to keep that Mercy alive in this comp to obviously have the Resurrect. That's going to be St. Clair with 3 ultimates online, almost 4. Fisher, it's going to be a minute. They're going to have to take some time to themselves to really charge up these ultimates that they desperately need.
This is a pretty good rotation, too, from Fisher. They clearly have not even come close to giving up in this game, but the Reaper, the Winston, not going to make your rotations easy. The Blossom finds a trio of kills. Juan is able to steamroll into one more onto the Catapult and Mias. And I mean, St. Clair, if they hold on to 4 of their ultimates, they're really just managing their resources, not burning anything too early. Fisher is still in a very tough spot.
I love to see that from St. Clair as well, right? I think there's a lot of respect going into this game from St. Clair in the sense of we're not going to just throw everything at them. We're going to play this calculated. We're coming in as the #1 seed, and we want to show that we're the #1 seed. So holding on to ultimates and showing the confidence in that Death Blossom, I think speaks to that volume.
Yeah, without a doubt, Chase. I mean, St. Clair has respected Fisher in the sense that they have not memed one bit. And that makes this game kind of brutal for Fisher because I'm sure you're hoping that they would meme at least a little bit. But it has not happened. That's a great use there of the Suzu there by Silent Joe to keep Fisher alive through that barrage of damage. The self-destruct gets thrown in the air by Tay, but it unfortunately finds no value. Still, all the windows closed for the Fisher offense. Coming up on 2 damage-dealing ultimates, a good rotation to point, still playing the natural cover, but Grubby starting to pop off. Overclocked, Railgun's Matrix down, wants to find more, but there's nothing doing. Instead, it's Apostle with the next kill, and the St. Clair defense continues to look strong.
That was an honest rotation from Fisher as well, recognizing St. Clair going to be up on that catwalk. We don't want to fight them up there. Just go straight to point, get this payload as far as we can underneath so we can continue progressing. However, St. Clair has a very mobile team, and they were just able to get there in time. That's going to be Tay, though, taking out the Injustice, and Apostle going down. St. Clair finding themselves a bit split. And Diva on the side of Fisher College, opening up the possibility to take this game even further. In overtime, they needed to win that fight. St. Clair's going to be able to touch, but Fisher might be able to get it in.
Oh, they're going to be able to touch and pop a very vicious Death Blossom here. Mias has one of his own, but isn't able to get it off in time. Dies to Graves' whip shot, and this is going to be a full hold for the St. Clair defenders. Injustice with one of the final elims here on Tay. Zekrim and Silent Jill also going down. Fantastic recontest. Great job by Juan getting the Death Blossom off before Mias and ending this round on point 1.
That was a quarterfinal whip shot if I've ever seen one, Berkeley. They needed to take out that ulting Reaper. The Death Blossom could have swung the game back in the favor of Fisher. Well, I say back, really, for the first time in the series, back to Fisher. St. Clair able to capitalize on their defense, however, and remain steadfast. That's what we've said we've appreciated about this roster. While they did get a bit split on that defense, Berkeley, they were able to recover and impose themselves to hold that final hold. So Fisher now going to have to replicate that same energy on defense.
Yeah, and Chase, I fully expect St. Clair to be the final boss for this Champions division. It's kind of unfortunate that Fisher has to face the final boss 2 levels before the finals in the quarterfinals, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles in round number 1. St. Clair, they're switching their comp up. They're in the locker room. These heroes are not set in stone, but if they roll out with this could be the first little bit of memeing that we've seen, but honestly, they could speed boost out of a TP and make this wonky comp look incredibly deadly. This is a very high-skilled team. Fisher is likely going to be caught very off guard by this comp.
More than likely, and as you are seeing at home, folks, yes, that is May. Satan herself has returned back to Overwatch and is back in the rotation. We're going to see a teleport from Holy Juan trying to go up top. Let's see what goes on.
Oh, it's about to get violent. Good swift step there. Fisher's able to avoid elimination for now, but this Symmetra comp is going to be able to traverse Dorado with incredible ease. Apostle able to close it on to the Fisher Reaper, taking down the damage dealer, but Apostle does fall for those Braven actions, and now it's going to be up to the rest of the St. Clair squad to find the kills they need to get this payload moving.
Yeah, and that's going to be right now. They have to, while they can capitalize on not having the Reinhardt in their face. Holy Juan looking for a couple of picks and finding it on Silent Joseph. Switching over Grave now on the Zenyatta as well is a bold statement from the side of St. Clair with this composition.
I love this composition too, Chase. This is a dive brawl comp. You send in the TP, you send in a speed boost, and you have closed all the distance you need to, but Juan has since swapped off of the Symmetra over to the Reaper for the latter half of first point. Should be able to close distance with ease here, have an orb on top of him every time, and be a force to be reckoned with. Fisher's going to have a difficult time getting out of spawn.
Definitely now erring on the side of we're having fun, as Grubby has also transitioned onto the Genji, whose nerfs went live today. Would probably hit the hardest with the nerf stick. They have about 4 meters left. That's got to be a touch from Fisher. That is going to be serious. They're going to make it in time. Will it matter?
It might actually. Apostle fell there. That was the only ultimate that St. Clair had online. I was hoping the big man was about to lay it down, but now Fisher has some control. The pulse bomb sticks onto Grave, and this defense is here to stay for the moment. St. Clair is going to get 2 minutes to continue attacking first point. They only have mere meters to push it to advance to the semifinals.
Absolutely.
Lay it down, big
Ooh.
man. Lay it down! You're looking fierce. The fire strike nearly scorches Mias, but he's able to blink away. Still, Apostle hopes to find more. The speed boost from Injustice. He goes down after popping the sound barrier. Zekem tries to pop off for the second time in this game, but the Transcendence should be enough to keep the Saints supported and move on to the semifinals. The Blossom, the exclamation point here as Grave gets the final kill, sending Tay to the Abyss.
Yeah, we needed to see Tay use that Primal Rage to get the Zenyatta away from the payload. We're actually going to see a pretty big sound barrier come out from Matrix. Grubby looking to clean things up, but Fisher College remaining on this payload for the time being, and there it is.
And there it is. I mean, that was very good stuff from Fisher at the end. Fisher definitely had moments of greatness in this game, but this was an incredible mismatch on paper. St. Clair came up to the table, and they feasted on Fisher College. Juan gets the play of the game in this one. If I had to give a player of the game, it's probably Grubby, but Grubby had a hard pocket the entire game, and Injustice also popped off on Mercy, which you don't see a ton, Chase, so I'm giving my player of the game to Injustice. I love a violent Mercy.
You know, I liked the Valkyrie pops. I think I'll go with you, Berkeley. I think Injustice, definitely the player of the game. There was also, I mean, not just looking at the aggressiveness coming out from Injustice, but there was some really, really clutch resurrects as well in that match where Fisher would find a pick and it didn't matter because Injustice was there to resurrect them, and now they're back into a 5v5. So when Fisher pushed in, they pushed into a 5-man alting team because the economy was just always in the favor of St. Clair. So I would agree. The pace and how that was dictated throughout the series, I think Injustice was the maestro for a vast majority of that.
Yeah, without a doubt. And actually, now that it is playoffs, Chase, we're doing some interviews from the winning team after each game, so always something to stick around for. I don't believe we're going to go to a break either, so you and I can just kind of chat up this game or chat up the next game, which is going to be Louisville Black versus Southwestern Michigan. Another game where it's a 1 seed versus an 8 seed, but, you know, that's how miracles get made.
Yeah, I mean, that's storylines, right? That's what collegiate esports is all about, is the storylines. If the first seed wins, that's kind of what's expected. But we have seen a couple of times in history where quarterfinals, mainly and semifinals, we get some really good 2-3 series because these teams are coming out to fight, man. One of the best storylines personally I've ever seen in esports was in the Smite community. There was a team that was the number 8 seed going into Worlds last year and actually reverse swept every single game up to grand finals and ended up winning Worlds as the very last seed. So it's possible. It's happened. It's not happened that often, but it could still happen.
No. No, the highest seed to make an NECC championship game was a 6 seed. So we haven't seen the 8 seeds get all the way to the finals, but we have seen them upset the 1 seeds in round 1. Either way, we are actually going to be taking a short break before we head over to our interview, so stick around. And in a couple minutes, we'll have one of the members of the Saints join us.
When there's something strange going on in Discord chat, who you gonna call? Because we couldn't find the Ghostbusters, and it seems as though St. Clair has ghosted themselves out of the lobby, and therefore we will have no post-match interview for the series we just casted. Still shout out to Injustice, right? Berkeley Injustice did a tremendous job on the Mercy this series.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, all of St. Clair did an incredible job, but I wasn't expecting such big mercy plays from Injustice, that's for sure. I was expecting after map one for Grubby to be stealing the show all game long, but Injustice had their moments, and they were a lot of fun to watch. Definitely the player of the game in this one. Enabled Grubby to a level that Fisher College could not deal with the entire series. And they've solidified themselves in the semifinals. So exciting time to be a St. Clair Saint moving forward into playoffs with ease after this 3-0. Unfortunate that we couldn't get an interview, but Chase, final thoughts on this one before we send it to a break?
I'm eager to see our next match in 45 minutes. And if you love what we're doing, you see Alt Charge's app below, you see my app below. We post when we're going live. We're having a good time. And for the next 45 minutes, we're going to be hanging out. And then here in in 45 minutes, we have our next match on the docket. Very excited to see University of Louisville Black go up against Southwestern Michigan College.
Yep, short break, and we'll see you there.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're back once more with the Overwatch action. NECC 2 on the side stream. We got Southwestern Michigan College versus University of Louisville Black. My name is Chase Nuclear Nukem. I'm joined by Berkeley Alt Charge Stevens, my wonderful, beautiful, handsome co-commentator. Berkeley, how are you?
That's too flattering. First off, I'm overly flattered to start this second game, but I am good. That first game, it was a 3-0 that we commentated. St. Clair 3-0'd Fisher College JV Champions Division game. This is a pretty significant step down in competition. We're in the emergence now. It's once again a number 1 seed versus a number 8 seed. Southwestern Michigan's the 8 seed. Louisville is the 1 seed. So it could be very similar to our first game. I kind of like how we are going to have a very similar tempo if that is the case, back-to-back games. But first week of playoffs, Nuke, is it going as expected so far?
Pretty much across the board. All the 1 seeds are beating the 8 seeds in quarterfinals. That's how the bracket is typically set up. And we actually saw this matchup very recently. In fact, last week, Louisville Black and Southwestern Michigan faced off. Southwestern Michigan taking the win 3-0 Louisville Black taking the win 3-0 against Southwestern Michigan. So we may see a repeat going into tonight, but things are pretty much as expected, Berkeley.
Pretty much as expected, yeah. Louisville has not lost a game all season long. In fact, they've only dropped 5 maps out of a 9-week season, so they're just kind of on fire. Southwestern Michigan,
Yeah.
they've beaten just the CUAA Cardinals as well as the MTC leaders. One was a 3-2 in week 1, that was against the Cardinals, and one was a sweep. But, I mean, yeah, very recently they faced off against Louisville Black, and it did not bode well for them. Maybe they were hiding some strats. I kind of don't think so. It has happened in the NECC where teams hide strats late in the season for a playoff matchup, but I don't think that was the case. I think we have another tail of the tape on our docket today where the favored team comes in and puts this game to bed in 3 games. But again, just like I said in game number 1, if the 8 seed Michigan does anything, if they win just 1 map, I have eaten my words, and I'm going to become a diehard Michigan fan, and I will root for them to the depths of this game.
Someone clip that. Someone in chat, go ahead and clip that. We need that for later use.
I will eat my shoe if they win 2 maps.
He will eat his shoe if they win 2 maps. Please, someone. I'm actually trying to be here now. I want to see Berkeley eat his shoe. That would be very funny. But you bring up a good point, Berkeley. We do see that quite often in the NECC, the storylines of them holding information until finals. We saw it from Huntington just last year. They did that going into finals or going into the playoffs matches. But as you can see in front of us, Berkeley, different sort of map style for this week. We will have a pick and ban style map rotation rather than just the map rotation is given. So after much deliberation, we have decided on Nepal for the first map, being our first control map after SMC banned Busan.
Yeah, and here it goes on where a team will ban a hybrid and then a payload map, and then we'll get the map pick. The winner of the previous map picks the battleground for the following map, and then the loser of that map will pick the side attack or defense. That doesn't matter on control too much, attack or defense, but it certainly is going to matter once we move in to hybrid and escort for maps 2 and 3. Push is another pretty neutral game mode, so not really much advantage given there. But yeah, Nuke, it's a little bit different. Not the static map pool we're used to for the previous 9 weeks, but we are ready to get underway. Quarterfinals again begins right now here on Nepal between Louisville Black and Southwestern Michigan.
Yeah, we'll see how we go into the action. Pack 5-3, we didn't get into the lineups, but you can see them in the corners, who is playing what role. We got Louisville Black on the blue side, Southwestern Michigan on the red side. And that is a lot of Sojourn Charge just to kick things off.
Yeah, and right now I'm already loving how Michigan is setting up for this fight. Unfortunately, though, they lose Killikid to that great boot from Sea Crushers, already dropping your most valuable DPS, but still, Louisville is ready to batter and bruise this Michigan squad that is stuck in close corridors against a Reinhardt and Sock that wants to swing for the fences. And Sock is ready to let loose here, has the resources he needs now after being healed up. And this is where it just comes in. Guns a-blazing. Killikid is back in the fray. And Louisville Black takes the first fight clean.
Yeah, a very different composition coming out from Louisville Black as well. Definitely playing around this Reinhardt. Divine Flaws playing the Moira, which is a character you've probably seen a lot in your ranked games, but it's pretty much been Kiriko dominating the support lineup. Very surprised to see Louisville Black not have a Kiriko to kick things off.
Yeah, well, right away I'm kind of looking at this division as Emergence, and, you know, she's a little more forgiving. Kiriko has quite the highest skill floor. As Sock lays down the first ultimate of the game, it's a Shatter that finds 3 stuns, confirming 2 of those into kills, and still holding the objective with 35%, and uptaking are the Cardinals.
Oh my gosh, and the Cardinals are doing such a tremendous job of holding at this point. And fun fact, the Cardinals, it was that's a name that we were wanting to name our program when I was in alma mater, but we couldn't because they had already taken it. So no animosity towards the Cardinals as we're seeing the Sock run in and do what Socks do best, cleaning up. Icarus with the pick on Crushers. Bit out there for that one. Huh?
I'm sorry. Oh man, look at Pac-5 go, unleashing the primal rage that's responded to beautifully by Kellikid. I think this one is going to be a full hold here on point number 1 for Louisville Black. Southwestern Michigan, the Roadrunners, they've yet to set their feet on any of these attacks.
Yeah, they've kept them at bay pretty much the entire match thus far. They do make the transition, Pac-5 onto the Reinhardt. They might be able to get it with the Kitsune Rush. See if they can. Oh, that's going to be a Shatter to kick things off from the side of Sock. And we're going to see the Overclock engaged by Vibe Z. See if it's going to be enough. It will, and that will be a team kill. Louisville Black taking this first point, not needing to pop the sound barrier, doing so with 100% on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Louisville Black comes into this game as the 1 seed against Southwestern Michigan, the lowest seed in their division, the 8 seed. And Louisville Black made very sure that everyone was aware how heavy of a favorite they are. They are undefeated. They do not want that streak to stop early in the playoffs. They have their sights not just set on the semifinals, but they definitely have their sights set on the Emergence final. Right now, they don't even want to make Southwestern Michigan look like a speed bump in the road, let alone an actual obstacle.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. They are undefeated in sets. They have dropped a couple of maps thus far this season, but in the past 2 weeks, they've remained dominant with 3-0s against Southwestern Michigan and MTC. Southwestern Michigan, though, they do have 2 wins on their belt, if you will. This could be a chance for them to prove that they have what it takes going into playoffs, but it is a tall mountain to climb, taking down the number 1 seed. Nines raking up this Sojourn percentage, trying to get a crucial HUD shot to kick things off.
About 85% is the railgun charge you need to one-shot a squishy target, but Nines goes down. Icarus amps the speed, and the brawl comp of Louisville Black closes in on Nines, and they've got themselves a 4 versus 5 disadvantage now. Nines just respawn, trying to get back as quick as they can, but Pac-5 goes down to the Hellfire shotguns from Killikid, and once again, a speedy brawl comp of Louisville Black batters Southwestern Michigan.
Yeah, Southwestern Michigan unable to find their in. Pac-5 making the transition once more onto the Reinhardt, trying to match comp for comp. But as you mentioned, Berkeley, they're having a tough time keeping their players alive. There's great damage coming out from Nines, and I think it was very strategic of Louisville Black to take them out initially since they'd raked up so much bulk charge.
Already switching over to the brawl comp and finding a kill with the charge is Pac-5, taking Divine Flaws out of this one, but it is a 4 versus 4 here. Sock ready to lay down the slam, but Pac-5 closes the distance there with the hammer and swings Sock back to spawn. Michigan held the point briefly, but it's since flipped back into Louisville's control. Pac-5 lays down the slam, it stuns Killikid, he gets scorched by a fire strike, and Michigan threatened to take this objective back quickly.
Yeah, we'll see, though, because Vibe Z did have ultimate online. Yes, you're absolutely right. We will see a transition. The Southwestern Michigan College gets on the scoreboard. Now at 20%, this is a much more even game than in the first map. And this Reinhardt is proving to be able to outswing Sock. However, needing to use their ultimate, Sock will have Earth Shatter going into this next bout.
Yeah, Sock is ready once more to line up a speed boost, close in on a target, and make them pay with their life. Going for a little bit of a flank now with the Shatter might be surprising to the Michigan Roadrunners as Sock may be dropping down into the back line at any moment. Lays down the slam, it stuns 3. The Blossom to combo takes down that one kid. Sock swings through the main tank in Pack 5, and it's a clean retake in the works for Louisville Black.
Very clean indeed. They only needed to utilize 2 ultimates in their bank to make it there. Southwestern Michigan does have a couple online. Icarus trying to 1v1 that one kid. It's going to be Reinhardt now pushing up, trying to get some damage off. The ult economy for the Southwestern Michigan looks much better, and we're seeing the Kitsune Rush actually pop as Pack 5 goes in.
Oh, that one kid sends a message with that solo Death Blossom there onto Vibesy, getting that elimination, which gives Michigan quite the advantage here for the flip. And it looks like they're going to be able to do it. Nearing an Earth Shatter for the next fight. Louisville Black doesn't currently have any ultimates in store. They're also closest to an Earth Shatter coming up. So it's going to be a battle of cooldowns in this upcoming fight, Nuke. And I got to believe the team holding the objective, the Roadrunners, have the advantage here.
Yeah. The Roadrunners actually do have the advantage for the first time in the series, and a lot of ultimates coming online actually much closer than Louisville Black. They have quite a bit to use at their disposal if they're able to get it charged up. It seems they're getting a bit tattered. Louisville Black taking the high ground.
All ready to lay down the slam here is Pack 5. That one doesn't really find any stuns, though. That one kid is able to confirm 1 elimination, but Louisville Black still stands very strong. Southwestern Michigan has gotten the objective to around 95%, so if they're able to flip it back, we're going to enter final fight territory, but for now, Louisville Black is tasked with holding the objective for 30 more seconds.
Yeah. They have a Death Blossom and an Earth Shatter at their disposal as well. To try to stop any push coming from Southwestern Michigan, it's going to be determinant on how they utilize these ultimates. We are going to see Overclock coming in from Vibesy as
well. Sock!
Massive wombo combo from Sock.
Sock just laid the hammer down right onto Taro and 9 Skulls, sending them packing. They are not going to get back in contestant time. I believe Louisville Black just locked down Nepal with that big shatter. And Sock came to play. The Winston is definitely the meta composition. Reinhardt, not at the top of the meta, but Sock looking awfully violent in this opening map.
Well, synergy is everything, right, Berkeley? And as we saw from just this one control map, University of Louisville Black just has better synergy. They're able to utilize around their abilities much more with an effort of ease than what we've seen from Southwestern Michigan. Southwestern Michigan is just kind of throwing things to the wall and seeing what's sticking.
I'm not sure if we're on a break screen or not right now, Nuke, but we are on my screen. But in case we're not, in case we're not, we can go ahead and keep talking. Hey, Sunderland, are we in a break right now? What? So we can be heard?
Okay,
Remarkable.
So we're not on a break. It's just a really awkward transition to get to the casters. Trust us, we are definitely here. Hey, there we go, Berkeley. There we are. There we are.
I've been longing to see your face for the last 30 seconds. Yeah, Nick, that was a very convincing win from Louisville Black. I think it's going to be the same story we had in game number 1, where St. Clair was the 1 seed, Fisher JV was the 8 seed. I really think that Louisville looks very dominant right now. They weren't playing hard meta, and at one point on Nepal there, Southwestern Michigan was on the Overwatch League meta, was on what is widely referred to as the best composition, the Winston Reaper Sojourn mobile comp, and they didn't stand a chance even against the brawl of Louisville Black. So I really don't think this one bodes well for Southwestern Michigan tonight, but it wouldn't be the first time I've been surprised in the last couple of weeks of NECC Overwatch.
Yeah, likewise. It would surprise me as well. And it seems as though we're going to make a quick transition. We're going to show you some of these folks, some of the teams and players that are on both the side of the Roadrunners and on the side of the Cardinals. And Berkeley will be joined by another familiar face here very soon.
Very soon, very soon. Can't wait, can't wait. All right, and we're ready to go here for Hybrid. Kings Row is the battleground that Southwestern Michigan has elected. Subbing in for Nuke, who had to go coach a Super Smash Bros. Team, is FBI Tugboat. Happy to have you here, Tug.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Appreciate you, and thanks for having me on, guys. Yes, I'm sorry. No more Chase. You're going to have to put up with me now, guys.
That's quite all right. Quite all right. Oh, already opening up this one in Southwestern Michigan. Nines with the headshot there onto Vibesy. The attacker is rolling it around the Alderworth Hotel, trying to close the distance on this corner. Waiting for Crushers to amp up the speed. Pac-5 gets knocked awfully low, has to back up. Plenty of shield resources to do so. And the wave breathes a little bit here as the brawl comp of the Roadrunners gets ready to go guns blazing back around the corner.
Yeah, so a little bit of a different look so far here at Western Michigan. The Orisa, I'm all about. Pac-5 going to fall right there. Is Reapers on both sides for a reason here. Ult charge.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Ton of burst damage to add to these close quarters compositions. Right there, we did see Louisville Black. They were down in this one, a 4 versus 5, but Southwestern Michigan couldn't quite find the aggression to finish this fight off around that corner.
Yeah, so this is what you said. It was Southwestern Michigan that took a handed victory in the Nepal first map.
It was Louisville Black with the one-sided victory. They're the number 1 seed in their division. Michigan is the 8th seed, so pretty big mismatch. Classic Week 1 playoffs, but right now Southwestern Michigan is looking pretty good. They dropped the sound barrier. Now the Brawl Comp has the resources they need to push forward into some kills. They're only able to find one so far as that one kid takes down Kill a Kid. As the battle of the Edgelords continues here, it's still just 5 versus 4. The Terror Surge trying to find some elim to get the defense back into it, but Louisville has found nothing so far. Buying back into this fight with the sound barrier could be enough. Takes down that one kid. Both Reapers for both teams have fallen, but Kill a Kid is back in the fray. Coming down from the top turnbuckle, shooting into the back of Pac-5, pops the Blossom, and this one could be clutch.
Wow, so just an absolute battle of ultimates on this one. Louisville Black has now effectively dumped everything into this one. The best thing about that one kid falling in the previous fight, they fall without that Death Blossom. Now they try and take it solo. Not a good look.
Not a good look there. Maybe switching up their hero if they're staying on the Reaper. Definitely a mistimed ultimate. This fight was over about 30 seconds ago, but it was the most momentum Southwestern Michigan had so far in this game. So they were just pushing the limits.
Yeah, and so the fact of the matter is, too, that Louisville Black, when this fight, was won, we're all looking at most about 20%. We're looking at Kill a Kid, 60% to that Death Blossom. Sock, and that Orisa, 60% as well. Divine Flaw is not far away behind.
Coming in through the Alderworth Hotel here is Pac-5. Wants to charge up this Shatter by swinging for the fences. Already, though, Louisville's Reaper has taken down the opposition's Reaper. And once again, we've got ourselves a 5 versus 4 favoring the defense. And as the main tank, the pillar of Southwestern Michigan, falls in Pac-5, this one is already spoiled. Louisville come out with another clean fight win with 40 seconds to go.
It's a really one-team fight left. Nothing quite online yet, but a switch coming in here. Nines now going to be playing the Bastion. I'm not against this. Not sure if we saw in the very, very beginning of this match with the Rhine, the Bastion behind. Not a bad idea. A little bit of zoning action with that missile as well, and here we go.
I love it. The Bastion, a surprise pick, trying to deal some extra damage. Pac-5 ready to lay down the slam, has to avoid the Terror Surge, and the Blossom here, they're not able to do it. Louisville Black finds 3 quick kills, and now Southwestern Michigan has just 10 seconds left to continue to stall this point.
Yeah, so Pac-5 just really had to pay attention to that one since they knew that the sound barrier was not online yet here for Southwestern Michigan, and just like that, that is going to be an at-worst tie situation for Louisville Black's offense.
Fantastic hold here for Louisville Black. The full hold, always a massive success on defense in Overwatch, on Hybrid especially. Louisville Black, I mean, it was a very convincing win they had on Nepal. They continue to be convincing here in this 1 versus 8 matchup.
Yeah, so, like you said, just seeding-wise always makes sense. Any bracket coming in, number 1 seed, their reward is playing with this team that earned their own 8th seed, so that just kind of makes sense up to this point. A one-sided affair on Nepal seems like it is now bleeding into a one-sided affair on Scrims Row. Speaking of what Southwestern Michigan can do here, can do on defense, again, I am not against the Reinhardt whatsoever. They're opting for a little bit of a different shield tank. That one kid over here on the Junkrat, of course, that patch did come through this morning, right?
Yep, absolutely. I mean, Overwatch got shaken up by the mid-season patch today, so a lot is up in the air, especially in these lower divisions on what's going to be most effective.
Yeah, Louisville is so far showing the Widowmaker up top. Classic stuff. Great Bamboozle of 2019. Anybody watching the Overwatch League then definitely remembers that one. We'll see Vibeezy switch on over to something a little bit more scrims rowy after trying to find a couple picks initially. But plenty of time will be University of Louisville Black situation right now, and that's just to get a single tick.
And I mean, I kind of expect them to do it very quickly. If Vibesy gets a headshot here, it's already a wrap, but can't quite find any targets right now. Southwestern Michigan hiding effectively. Icarus is just waiting to amp up the speed and send Sock into the back line. They curl around the statue here, and Sock has already closed it onto Nines. Not able to rate though in time. Simultaneously, Vibesy hits the headshot onto the Junkrat of the Michigan Roadrunners. And this one, Tugboat, it's already a wrap.
Yeah, that's going to be multiple picks right here. Louisville has not dropped anything quite yet. That is a wrap-up on point number 1 here for Louisville Black. Took him about 35 seconds on that one. A one-score victory here in game number 2. Always up again, a more one-sided affair across from the Nepal. Do we have map picks? Once again, guys, just kind of filling in here, so I am not quite as informed, so I'm asking a lot of questions here of Old Charge. Do we have map polls? Map picks?
Normally it would be a fixed map pool. Playoffs is a pick ban system, so Southwestern Michigan will get to pick the battleground for map 3. I do believe that Louisville Black is going to get a ban as well, and it seems like they've banned Eichenwald, and SMC has picked King. Oh no, that was the hybrid. Sorry, Louisville banned Junkertown, and it seems like man. Looking at these notes, everything is wild. We're going to Dorado, Tugboat. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. We got there eventually.
Pure payload map, right? And some classic Overwatch action coming in right here. Not really been changed whatsoever in the new game. Anything else like that. This is Western Michigan. They kind of showing a prominence for these shield tanks here. Obviously, Overwatch 2 can be a little bit of a different story. I would love to see how they kind of pull onto the Winston. Maybe pull like a little bit more, like current meta, whatever else you wanna say. Maybe even Hog, right? Isn't that would be like current meta or whatever else like that, right? It would be interesting to see here,
meta.
But just not a whole lot that Western Michigan did in the defensive stance right there. Unfortunately, I think they found one pick against their total team wipe. So.
Yeah, they don't have their feet set. We're going to jump to a quick break before we head into Dorado, but we'll be right back. All right, and we're back. Alt Charge alongside Tugboat here, bringing you the Cardinals against the Roadrunners. It's Louisville Black, the number 1 seed, currently battering Southwestern Michigan, the 8 seed, in the Emergence Division quarterfinals of playoffs. Right now we're on semi-final point. Louisville could be advancing here to the next round with a clean win on Dorado, which was the elected battleground by Southwestern Michigan. Tugboat, I know you just hopped in, but what did you notice from our previous map?
Really, Western Michigan just kind of needs a little bit of breathing room here. And the new map might be able to purchase that for them. It's happened before. Definitely happened again here at Old Charge. A little bit of breathing room and maintain space, really, especially if they want to play these shield tanks again. And going on, not a bad idea. And if they're going to stick on to this Reinhardt, really, Packfire just has to play with the team a little bit more and really make best use of batters. On the other side, Louisville Black, they pretty much just have to play their same game here at Old Charge.
Yeah, I think Louisville Black has nothing to change. It was similar in game number 1 where the favored team, St. Clair, they were the number 1 team. They just played their strengths all game long. It clicked on map 1, and they didn't let their foot off the gas. It will be Louisville Black defending first, Southwestern Michigan coming out of the attacking spawn on that Overwatch League dive meta, and it's actually a mirror, both teams running this composition.
I like it. I like it. Yeah, this is the classic. This is what we saw outside of like what percent of tank play. That was Risa who got to play on that one. I think we saw a little bit of May too. But Monkey, let's go.
And Louisville Black here electing to defend first, trying to set up a shallow hold here on the payload map. A easy win condition to attack. It's the same thing we saw in the St. Clair Saints versus Fisher game. It was a Dorado third map, and it was the favored team defending first. It came up with a full hold. If Southwestern Michigan is able to get the first objective here, I would consider that in itself a win.
Yeah, add some extra time to that clock. Really, the battle here is going to be between Nines and Vibezi right here. I think Louisville Black knows exactly where to hold that one. That's just a little bit farther away. Vibezi, I'm going to try and take out this the other side. Vibezi over the side of Nines. Nines now taken out by Sox.
Sox has been a force all game long on the Reinhardt, already showing the coordination on the Winston. Much harder to coordinate with your team on the Winston too. You kind of have to dive right on top of your Reaper, hit the speed boost simultaneously. But you know, they're doing it very well. This is why they're the number 1 team. They haven't been beaten yet this season. They're able to adapt to a new meta and look very good doing so.
Yeah, the Cardinals really flying high as of right now. Southwestern trying to take it to them. Now, I would not be against maybe even like a Mercy competition up top. I mean, there's no hit scans whatsoever. Sock coming up and using those jumps, try and get something going right there may not be really something they can take prominence with. Nines on the Cassidy, though. It's looking good so far.
Good so far as the attackers try to come in. Pack 5 does get gunned down by Killikid, and in goes Sock, jumping deep, Primal Raging. These hands once again rated E for everyone. And Killikid pops the Blossom to seal the deal on that fight. 2 minutes remaining for the attacking Southwestern Michigan.
The only mistake I'm seeing, I mean, Louisville Black, they did not necessarily need both of those. One or the other would have been fine, even dropping Sock, given that, you know, had the ultimate, would have been able to jump back quickly. There comes the High Noon. Mostly just using for a little bit of spacing right now. Purchasing that yardage they were getting up so easily earlier.
High Noon did get them to the bridge, but popping the Kitsune Rush is Icarus, and now flying a little too close to the sun is Southwestern Michigan. Sock once again dives in effectively, capitalizing on kills onto Nines and Sea Crusher. Make it 3 as Taro falls as well. And in full control of this game is the Louisville Black main tank.
Yeah, so the name of the game for Southwestern Michigan is going to be able to get that one kid's Death Blossom out, but you can't have that done while Sock still has that bubble. Got to destroy the bubble first. That one kid should be able to get through there. Taking out Divine Flaws, making sure their sound barrier does not hit as well will be crucial for a Southwestern Michigan fight, a team fight win.
This is the first time where Southwestern Michigan has had a significant advantage in resources. They've got 4 ultimates online. If they use them properly, they could secure the first point. But right now, Louisville Black look like world beaters. They're controlling the high ground. They're able to demech Pack 5, who lets the self-destruct blow up, but it finds no elimination. Vibezi up top with the overclock, trying to take down the Death Blossoming kid, and they're able to still. The Louisville defense holding strong and capitalizing on more kills into the back line. Oh, and the sound barrier canceled. Oh, that's a travesty.
It really is. As a Lucio main myself, I really feel and I don't appreciate it, Sock. I feel for that Lucio player right there for Crushers. That is going to be it for the Southwestern Michigan offensive push, though. Can't quite, maybe able to get there. No, Crushers can't quite touch there at the end. Louisville Black, these Cardinals not going to have to fly very far to make the payload point in. This is map point. This is match point. Ult. This is also season point, or whatever is decided there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It is single elimination here, so Southwestern Michigan season is on the line. It's unfortunate that they had to face the Emergence Division final boss, Louisville Black, a couple levels before the final boss normally shows up, but that's the hand they were dealt.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, just the difference between 7th seed and 8th seed is just so vast, right? I don't mean to rub anything in here, of course, not like for Southwestern Michigan. They had a fantastic regular season and whatnot. Obviously not undefeated, like Louisville Black. Again, why they have that first seed. But just a slight change in seeding would have had in play, obviously, a different team, and a categorically different team as well. Louisville Black is just looking very, very just confident on any heroes that they're playing right now. What we're looking at, I was going to say, but the Genji I'm not so sure about, especially given if you're staring down the barrel of a Kuriko, of a Winston on the other side, which they can pretty much guarantee after Pack 5 was playing that Winston pretty much all of previous match. Round.
Yeah,
Whatever,
Southwestern Michigan, they're trying to set up once more on this close to meta composition. They've traded out the Lucio 4 and Ana. Crusher's trying to offer a little bit more healing, but I think Louisville Black is not going to have a difficult time dealing enough damage through it.
4 minutes, make it about another 40 meters or so. And it's rough looks. Sock just comes up, just gives them a little whoozy what's, like just lets them know that they're there.
Still just kind of posturing on the high ground here is the Roadrunners, but now having to flee to the back lines is Nines, able to escape with their life, but now the payload just 15 meters away from the finish line, set up here on first point of Dorado, and with an eternity to get the job done,
Hey,
but Louisville Black, they may not need it, already finding one kill, trying to find more, trying to end this game and make their way to the semifinals. Tugboat, I think this one is already wrapped up.
Yep, unless this is that one kid that can quintuple fight with no Blossom. That is going to be it. That is Louisville Black putting a hurtin' on the Southwestern Michigan. Sealing the deal right here. Did not drop a point thus far in this match.
They stay undefeated. Convincing fashion, they move on to the semifinals. If I had to give player of the game to anyone, it would be this man right here. It had to be Sock, the main tank, the only tank in total control from start to finish.
Yeah, that's entirely fair. Maybe having a little bit more defense or offensive presence on him. Maybe haven't. That's just theory crafting at this point. Louisville Black single-handedly puts into their but it's a solid bid into the rest of the NECC playoffs right here. That's the next round win right here. They'll be facing different opponent just coming up in a little bit. Western Michigan, fantastic job. You made it to the playoffs. That's nothing to shake a stick at.
Yeah, and I mean, it is going to be Louisville Black in that unique position of a number one seed where your opponents throughout the playoffs are always going to be, on paper, a more difficult opponent than your previous one. If you're a lower seed and you end up beating, let's say if you're a 7 and you upset a 2, well, you might actually be facing easier opponents as the playoffs progress. Louisville, their challenges are only going to get more difficult from here. We're going to hop into a short break, but when we come back, we're going to have an interview with one of the Louisville Black players, so stick around. All right, we're back. Alt Charge alongside Tugboat, and happy to be joined by Vibesy, the damage dealer for Louisville Black. Congrats on the 3-0 win, Vibesy. You played great. Your whole team came together there. And I got a couple questions for you, then Tugboat has a few, but my first one is Louisville Black. You're undefeated right now. Are you one of the teams with the mentality of you're looking toward the finals, or are you actually taking things one game at a time?
Honestly, we are looking to take it as far as we possibly can, whether it be the finals or any time sooner. Our determination is not going unwavered anytime soon, though.
Gotcha, gotcha. And second question for you. You guys ran a couple different compositions. You adapted, played what is considered the new meta, that Winston Reaper comp, but I was just curious who your shot caller is. Is it Icarus? Is it Sock? Because your main tank, Sock, and Icarus really coordinating the speed boost well. You guys definitely know how to traverse difficult maps on that kind of Reinhardt-Lucio composition.
So about that, they are technically both our shot callers. We have Sock going in to tell us our initial play, and then Icarus is the one that follows up after that, because in the midst of the entire fight, Icarus is the one with the eye in the sky.
Yeah, he's definitely got tempo control. That makes sense. Well, you can definitely tell that the team is just a well-oiled machine. It's good to hear that you guys have two shot callers because, I mean, your pace of play looks beautiful. Definitely a top contender for your division in playoffs. But talk about, do you have any questions for our friend Vibesy here?
Yeah, absolutely. Coming off a win, I'd have to have questions here for Z. Z, obviously, you played fantastic DPS last. I came in halfway through the King's Row map. Old here saying you were doing fantastically before then. If you had to give it to players on your team, that one of the 5 players on your team that is not you, who do you think played best on your squad in this matchup?
Honestly, I'd have to give the Sock. He is honestly our go-to player for a lot of our plays. He's the one who actually gives us the opportunity to execute anything. Like me and Killakid cannot do what we can do without his initiation.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. So what? Main tank, IGL, or one of the 2 IGLs, and playmaker here for Sock. That's
Yes.
A hearty endorsement there, Z. Hearty endorsement. Next, I think Old kind of touched on a little bit, but is there any particular team, any particular college, university still within the NECC playoffs that you and your squad are particularly looking forward to?
Honestly, there are actually two teams that we are looking out for. It's Hood and Trent in our division.
Okay.
Those two are the ones
Okay.
that we definitely had trouble in the past.
Mhm.
And honestly, we are excited to play them again.
There you go. I like it. The absolute confidence here, Z. Thank you for your time. Old Charge.
I got nothing else to say. Watch out for Hood. I used to coach them. They've got some veterans who have been on that team for years, so they're also a well-oiled machine.
Bias.
Not biased, not biased, but maybe a little bit. If you play them, I'm definitely looking forward to this matchup because you guys play so well. But yeah, Z, thanks for joining us, and have a good rest of your night, and we'll see you in the semifinal.
Yeah, see ya.
All right, and then there were two lone casters here to round off that 3-0 game. Talk about not too much to analyze after that. It was just Louisville Black being the number 1 seed. Very dominant showing.
Yes.
I think their next opponent is going to be coming in with some shaky legs, a little bit scared that they have to face the Titans of the Emergent Division. Do you have any final thoughts before we wrap this one up?
Just as far as final thoughts, Louisville Black will certainly be tested more so within the NECC playoffs here. The versatility, I think they showed as well. You know, you never want to have like a team that is just all about like one composition, or have a team that does particularly well within one composition, because as we see, compositions change and metas change like a whole lot throughout seasons, throughout weeks, throughout days, even sometimes in the great game of Overwatch. That's going to be about it for me, though. I do want to give a shout out. That is Sunderland, that is Michael, that is Joe, that is all the people behind the scenes over here for the NECC production and otherwise that are making our jobs as casters just so much easier. I really appreciate it. Sorry that I couldn't get you with you guys for a game and a half. Or really sorry that I couldn't get Chase Newcomb for the last game and a half or so right there. I'm just happy, just happy to be here.
Well, you did great, dude. You did absolutely great getting thrown into the fire, so thank you for joining us at the very last minute. Next game coming up, Louisville Red. Same college, different team moving up to the Challengers Division. They're going to be taking on Southern Alabama. It's looking like a very good game. The first two games of the night were 1 seeds versus 8 seeds. This is two teams with 6-3 records. That one's going to be casted by Bullskunk and Man of Class. That's all for Tugboat and myself. Stick around. The next match is going to be very great.
And we have a return for our final game of playoffs. I love playoffs. It's, the pressure is on. Some teams turn to diamond under that pressure. Some get crushed and turn to dust. We will find out what will happen in the ladder as we head to the Challengers Division for our final matchup. My name's Jeff. This is Classy. Classy, what teams are we looking at here today?
Today, or at least right now for this particular series, it's going to be the University of Louisville Red versus the University of South Alabama. Just called South Alabama. They have a very simple team name. But yeah, University of Louisville Reds, their roster today, at least the starting five, are going to be Sean, Joe DePro, Renz Ubu, Tileman, and of course Girth at the end of it. Very strong roster. They've been showing up very well. Not the top seed of the division. Neither team are. They're both coming in as third and sixth seeds. This particular team coming in as the third seed, so technically the favorite, but we got something to say about that as we go over to South Alabama.
What's funny about that third and sixth seed is both teams are 6-3 coming into this. As we take a look at your starting five here for the Jaguars, this is going to be Smoke leading the charge. Will be on the tank here and kind of dictating the compositions and the pace. And I'm excited to see what this team brings to the table. We'll be looking at Lilith and I think we're going to get Snoop Fair in. That's a flex player. I think he's going to be playing DPS for him here today.
Yeah, it looks like it, because Sleepless isn't here.
That's what I was noticing.
DPS players. They have Maruchan, Sinister. Maruchan coming in on the support there on the other end. What are we really talking about here? Like you said, there's 5 teams coming in 6-3 in this division. A lot of teams on 6-3. How does that happen? Well, it means that it's a very close division where a lot of teams have a lot of back and forth. You get that rock, paper, scissors thing going around, but that team beat that team, and they beat that team, and they beat that team, and it goes around in that sense. We're always told not to do math on stream, so we did it beforehand. No, essentially it means so. Last time these two teams met, which was actually last week, it was South Alabama that came up ahead. It was a 3-2, but so much has changed in the meantime. Only 8 hours ago, we got a patch in. So now they got to play all these different. Well, they don't have to, but they're probably going to play all these different heroes, which might matter a lot. On top of that, they're going to get map picks, so they can actually dictate which stages they go to, which might impact their advantage or disadvantage and strategy a lot. There's so many factors that come into it that I would almost say the last week doesn't matter, but you're still going to say South Alabama has that in their heads. Like, we're the better team. We won that one.
And one of those advantages on top of what you're talking about is we have bans here in playoffs. So teams get to ban out maps that they think, either they're not practiced on, not strong at, or it doesn't suit their composition. So a little caveat here in playoffs that we didn't see during the regular season.
We're going to get the Banana Rush on one side from Louisville Red versus the Reinhardt Junkrat Cassidy on the other side. This is a ridiculously spammy, bunkery comp from Alabama.
That it is. And South Alabama already have possession of the point, so they're right in the position they want to be. Sean is looking to disrupt that with a little flanky flank on the top end of the other side, while Joe DePro is trying to push in from the main side. Sean looking for some purchase here at the back door, gets stuck with the Magnetic Grade 8, has to wraith back on out and rejoin the rest of the team, but Girth is now down. One of the engagement tools is gone. Bubble blown up, and Joe DePro had to just get the heck out of Dodge. Lost a couple of reinforcements in the process. South Alabama getting percentage.
It's so hard to push into this composition. It's because Joe DePro, he has a bubble, but that's about all they have to sort of deny any of the spam damage from the Junkrat, especially coming in. And then there's just Reinhardt swinging away his hammer at the entrance, getting the fire strikes through. So it almost feels like you got to find something in that tank line or in general that denies some of that spam coming in from Snoop Ferret. Always the problem with those Junkrats, isn't it? But they are going to just jump in right here, straight onto the Rat.
They were really hoping to get Snoop Ferret. Snow so low. Tillman actually the one coming up with the final blow to get the spam off the table here. And Louisville have a bit of an opening they've got to take advantage of. There's no more DPS standing. They should be able to move in and clean up from here. Only a couple players left. Flip will come through. Nice job on their second assault.
You could almost wonder if South Alabama might have been wiser to just stay on the point. Use
just bunker down
to their advantage. Because now that Junkrat was in the open, you can just jump on him and immediately Snoop Ferret is gone. Now we're going to get to the ultimate phase of this first round, at least the first ultimate phase. Maybe there will be more. And there are a fair few online, but they are all not quite there.
No, but there will be an Ant Matrix from Maruchan, and she should be just throwing that over the objective. Does indeed. Snoop Ferret's able to use that to pick up one. Snoop Ferret's gonna get 3 before it's all said and done. Double damage on a Junkrat is absolutely terrifying. And South Alabama used that one ultimate to great advantage. Tillman did enough to where Smoke feels like they gotta invest the Earth Shatter here to close out this fight. But South Alabama will get control back on this objective.
They were almost ready for the teleport back, but not quite. And this fight is not over just yet. They're gonna go back and forth, almost killing their own support with that pulse bomb. But again, it's a trade. This is just a very chaotic fight. It's not even a fight anymore, Bullskunk. It's a skirmish. That's what we call these. But it looks like the dust has settled a bit. Maybe the snow. I don't know. There's actually dust on this map at this stage.
I'd imagine it's a combination of dust and snow. I mean, the street looks pretty dusty. That looks like a, you're going to kick up dust in somebody's face. Yeah, very earthy. A lot of sand. That was a pin across the point. Yeah, the Deadeye. Looking for something, not able to find anything. Joe DePro took so much damage, though, that they will get finished off in the end. Tire to guard the door, and nobody's getting close. South Alabama come up with round number 1 here on the poll.
I like the what's it called? I like the symmetry that I'm going tonight. I had another series earlier. We ended on a Junkrat there on the control map. I was starting on one here, and it was also a double kill with the tire to finish it off. It's just coming full circle, which means we're gonna get another 3-2 series. That's what I'm calling it right now. It's gonna happen.
Man, we're going down to the wire.
Go down to the wire, Jeff.
Yeah,
but hey.
Making that call on the first sub-map, huh?
but these teams couldn't be more different, though.
It's
like,
true.
you see it right here. Snoop Fair is still in that Junkrat. If they're going to stick on that, there's going to be some maps that work out really well. Some maps are going to be a lot harder. We're going to see the adaptation from Joe DePro going off to the Reinhardt, and they might get there faster because they started with the Symmetra, too. So the Junkrat won't have that sort of established, I'm on this spot and spamming at you. No, they're going to actually engage on this now.
And that's such a smart move from Louisville Red to take that power play away from Snoop Ferret. Because this Snoop Ferret wants in here. Oh, and Lilith is going to pry that door open. Snoop Ferret trying to work around the outside, battling with Renz there along coast side. And Renz is actually winning that one out. Joe DePro moving in, found one with the hammer. Girth to finish him off, and Louisville Red win first fight this time.
Louisville Red coming out on top, and it's going to be harder and harder to push in here with that Junkrat, especially because it's an open range. You really have to find a way to get that Junkrat a bit closer, otherwise those nades will just be flying through the air, very clearly visible. You step aside, you dodge, you go away. It's almost like a dragon strike. You just see it coming from miles apart.
That Symmetra. That Symmetra gave such a huge advantage here to Louisville Red, including this Earth Shatter that's going to come out and find three squishies down. Joe DePro swinging that hammer in all directions. Has already cleaved through one. There goes another. Making a double with that final swing. Joe DePro looking pretty darn pro with that hammer right now.
Solid work.
Team kill, getting their weekly achievements done, even though it's not possible
there you
in
go.
custom games, unfortunately. But yeah, they're definitely looking towards turning this one around, and we're gonna see it immediately swap over here as well. Lilith go over to the Pharah, and they're gonna go all the way with these projectiles. I mean, Symmetry used to always be countered by Pharah. That was always the call. Just go Pharah. Don't know if that's easy anymore.
Oh, nice catch from Smoke. And it times the cancel just perfectly. Joe DePro ends up in the snow below. Hopefully that was a soft landing there for Joe. That was way too much rhyming there for my liking, but you know, we're just going to move forward. As Smoke finds their second kill of this fight. Pushed way far out, and Tillman able to get a sleep. Back on point, South Alabama cleaning up.
I do really like the 60% they gain, though. It's a lot of percentage that they just essentially can go into like a one-fight win, especially if they flip it early. A lot of ultimates aligned for both teams, though, especially going to see what we're going to be able to do, what the value of this photon barrier is going to be from Sean. Because that might just deny half the value that South Alabama wants to get out of their ult.
Fire over the top. Son doesn't see it coming. And just gets their head blown clean off their shoulders. That is going to force Louisville Red just kind of soft reset and hold at the door. They can't push in. At least they don't want to. Down a player.
Buys a little bit of extra time as well for Lilith to get the barrage online. It will be a 5v4 ult fight. The photon barrier is going to give a very clean engage here to Louisville Red.
Nano boost down on the Joe DePro. They throw the hammer down. That one got blocked, but it's still South Alabama on the back foot. It's a pin to try to regain some space and allow Snoop Fair to pick up Tillman out of the back. But Joe DePro has moved in on the front line and muscled down Smoke. They are the only Reinhardt standing on this battlefield right now. Renz with a nice shot will clip the wings of Lilith, and University of Louisville re-grab the point.
Louisville 66% and counting. Very evenly matched this map, not as clean cut as Village seemed to be. And the swaps from Louisville really turning out very okay at this moment. South Alabama, though, coming in with this barrage. If that finds some value, this could be over before it starts.
Smoke to bio nade. He's sitting on the outside. Barrage over the top, trying to get the Girth. Does manage to track down that Lucio, but Sean finds some revenge for their fallen brethren. He'll nade in the back. He has to be forced out from Tillman, and health bars are still low, particularly on Joe here, looking for something. Counter stun is good. It's gonna be a lot of damage coming in for Joe to Pro, and yeah, they're not gonna survive that onslaught. Overtime has been initiated, and Louisville only have support standing on the objective. That is going to be the flip, though. South Alabama, they buy themselves a lifeline.
Well, most crucially, Girth lost the sound barrier in that. They almost got it off, but they got killed mid-air by that Pharah. Now Little's back on the Tracer, so there will be a sound barrier advantage potentially for Sinister if the fight goes long enough, but they just don't have it. Going to be a Shatter and a Photon barrier, and maybe a Nano Boost coming in, though, for Louisville, so they're still in a good spot.
Oh, somehow I missed the audio cue on that. Good catch. That is disastrous for Louisville. And Tillman goes down early. Smoke is able to just muscle through multiple players while Snoop Ferret sits in the back and picks off the rest. That's going to do it for this map. South Alabama taking the ball.
They could have really lost the fight before that if that sound barrier went off. It was at such a crucial time where if it went off, that could have probably turned it around. But they just died, unfortunately, mid-cast. It was the name that starts with an A special. I don't like doing it, but it's how it works, you know?
I mean,
you're gonna get the chunker play of the game. It's kind of characterized the start of this map by it. Eventually also helped them win it. So very much good place from Snoop Ferret.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Girth was the first one to go down in that fight as well. Yeah. The sole focus of that barrage coming out. And so even though, you know, in the moment, my eye just saw a trade, but oh my goodness, losing that sound barrier, that was it. It was all downhill from there for the Cardinals. Yeah.
It definitely was. And I mean, it's not over just yet, obviously. Like the advantage that we have, of course, now, or at least the advantage that Louisville now has, is that they can actually pick the next map they're going to go to. They lost this once to get the advantage on that. And it's going to be a hybrid map next. And our sources from the future tell us probably going to be Kings Row. No, we actually got it confirmed already. Paraíso is going to be banned out. So even if they have to go to another hybrid map, they can't go there. But it's going to be Kings Row next. And I mean, this is a surprise to all of us. I think we've never seen Kings Row be played in this NECC before.
I am shocked and amazed.
I mean, in all honesty, though, like if you think about it, right? If you're Louisville and you just played this match, going to Kings Row feels like the wrong play, if I'm thinking about it.
Perhaps.
If you've just run into the Junkrat Hell, going to one of the more enclosed and the close-spaced maps in the game might not be the best idea. That being said, it's also the most comfortable. Maybe they have a particularly good strat on it. If you're going to have the Reinhardt off, might as well do it there. But it's still a curious one to go to.
I mean, Joda Pro did have a pretty strong Reinhardt. I liked what they were bringing to the table. Really I mean, good Earth Shatter, a lot, good aggression. So it's maybe they're banking on that. We'll see what their plan is because they're going to have to deal with the spam.
Eventually, they do. Yeah.
Yeah. And we know South Alabama like their spam. They went to a Pharah Junkrat combo at one point there on Nepal towards the end before making the swap over to the Sojourn. But we did see double spam there for one of those team fights, and both of those characters, both those heroes, are very viable on Kings.
Yeah, they're very viable indeed. I mean, Sojourn is viable everywhere. To be real, it's kind of how it is. But yeah, and we can also talk a little about the tank game, of course. Like at the very high levels at the moment, we're seeing a lot of Winston, a lot of Roadhog, some Sigma coming out, and maybe an Orisa here and there. But we don't really see the Reinhardt come out that often, or like the Doomfist or the Junker Queen. And the reasons for that a lot of the time is that they just don't keep up with the fights. Right, they have to get there in the first place, which is already hard enough with a lot of spam or with a lot of damage and speed in the game. And then once you're there, you also need to be able to survive. You need to be able to get the picks. You need to be able to have the utility to help your team out. And Reinhardts aren't always the most proficient at that. It's kind of like you're in, you do your thing, and if it doesn't work out, then you're kind of done. You can't get out anymore. You can't really adjust anymore. But we've seen some success Of course, both these teams tried it out, and one of the teams did have success with it. But if we go to a more open map, which Kings Row really isn't, we might be able to see some other tank swaps come out as well, which could be very interesting.
Reinhardt is kind of a one-trick pony, isn't he?
Yeah.
Like, you're either up close and slamming things, or you're just not doing anything. Or you're shield botting, which really is about the same equivalent.
They gave him 2 fire strikes for that reason. It was like, if you're far away, you
Sure.
can at least do something, but it's not quite the most.
Well, but
helpful
it's such a
thing.
fast-paced meta. Yeah, you're just not getting that same value
Yeah,
like
and
you
I
would
was-
out of a Winston or.
And I was hoping that
Diva
maybe they were going to
even.
take us to like Hollywood or something, where the high ground at least
Sure.
matters a bit more. You can like jump down and do that, or Eichenwalde even. Like, those are maps where Reinhardt doesn't necessarily do the entire time. But we're going to just see the Reinhardt versus the Orisa matchup here. Orisa on the defense, Reinhardt on the attack. And it's going to be Snoop Ferret on the Mei this time around, not the Junkrat. And of course, they're going to try and swoop around, get the wall, and get the kills.
Ryan versus Orisa is an interesting matchup. Orisa really has a lot of tools to keep Ryan at bay and to keep Ryan from being able to close the distance and get that value we're talking about. And it was used very nicely here on this defense. You see the Javelin right there? Just forces smoke so far away it makes life so difficult.
The wall came out a little bit early. Also, wasn't really placed in a spot where they couldn't really walk around it. And if you don't have your social speed boost anymore, you also can't compensate for your wall being a little bit out of the way with just speeding up on them.
Yeah, I wish they'd used the amp speed early to get through Hotel. This time they're not using the amp speed too early. They're going to rotate right. Snoop Ferret trying to dislodge Rins from the high ground. Succeeds in doing so. The rest of the team went inside of house. They're just kind of backed up. Snoop Ferret on the front line. The rest of the team's upstairs. Louisville Red started to pursue and then backed out. Both teams kind of went to their respective corners. Allowed Sean to get some spam in. Oh, Sean needs a magnetic grenade. Lilith's going to take that one out. So trades back and forth, but South Alabama running out of DPS means they don't have the punching power to do anything else.
I do really like that Louisville just said, you know what? You want to play Junkrat? Then we're going to do it on our defense. You're going to have to deal with it in some way. So far, South Alabama not dealing with it that well, but they're going to swip over Lilith back to the Farah, which we still have a lot of value on the Paul Shrine. Let's see if they can get the same kind of value here, where there isn't really a lot of counters to them, aside from just the Sojourn rail shot.
And it's so hard to hit, even with a railgun, that can be a tough shot. Oh my goodness, but there you go. That's something I was not expecting, Classy. It's the Junkrat. Finds Lilith on the ground and able to put the mines in. Follow-up kills aplenty here from Louisville Red.
And I don't know if you've ever heard of the Aquamarine Junkrat, but the Aquamarine Junkrat always kills the Farah. They're just, they're the natural counter. It's, you know, if you talk about the Rat versus the Hawk, the Rat always wins, right? That's how it works?
That's how it works, yeah.
Yeah,
Totally.
that being said, it's ult time, it's ult o'clock. Is going to be the overclock with the amplification matrix, or everything else on the other side.
Lilith's going over to the Junkrat, and Mauritian's got herself an Ant Matrix ready to go. It was a deadly combo on Nepal. John's tire could thwart this entire thing, though, around Hotel. No, Snoop Ferret takes it down. Overclock used, finds that tire, and it's a bit of an Orisa battle here on this point. South Alabama does have a player advantage, courtesy of Lilith, and that's allowed South Alabama to move around, grab some point placement, then a sound barrier from the other side, trying to steal this precious space back. Joda Pro gets caught inside Hotel. Now Smoke is chasing down Girth. That'll get rid of the Lucio. South Alabama able to take this point. Took him 3 minutes to do so, though.
A minute 15 is going to be by the time this point get capped, and then it's going to go out the garage. And this is not the place where you want to get held on King's Row. If you're going to get slowed down a bit, it might be in second, might be on third, but first you usually sort of blaze through, and it took them so long, even to get to that old phase. We lost a lot of time here, South Alabama.
Joda Pro and a nice javelin, and then just going straight into the back. Big javelin spin, but there's an Ant Matrix up now. Joda Pro ends up just way deep in enemy territory, trying to chase those kills. Sean up on the high ground is like, nope, can't stick around there. Just quick recall out, and it's Louisville Red having to give up this ground.
Yeah, taking out Tillman is going to be a stagger all the way. It's not what you want to see from Louisville. They have to set up as a group, as a team for the defense. Because that was Joda Pro just way out of position. They sort of went in, the rest of the team didn't really follow, and then it's just all of South Alabama turning on the Orisa. That should be an easy elimination, and it was.
I can't think Joda Pro was Hoping the rest of the team would follow him in there. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication. Rin's trying to protect the high ground, but Lilith is controlling the fight down low in the straights. Now, Tyre. Oh, good shot from Rins. That'll at least devalue the Tyre, but Snoopferret has their number, and it's a Javelin! Those things are not easy to land, and Smoke has it when dialed in to find Rins. Now turns the corner, and South Alabama claiming all kinds of space. Even managed to pick up Joda Pro on the way out. Was looking for Tillman, but Tillman will manage to escape.
What are you talking about, defense? We just want to attack South Alabama, and they get to only about a minute and a half, not even a minute, basically, they took for that entire push in streets. 3 minutes for last, and you want all the time you need here. This is one of the harder points in the game to capture. South Alabama is gearing up to just that with the overclock of Snoopferret.
Snoopferret with a wide peek there was looking for it, but it's going to be a rush coming out from the defense. Countered by a sound barrier, but here comes the Terror Surge. Holding on to that one for a while. Immortality Field comes up. Oh, man, I can't help but feel Joda Pro outstayed their welcome on that one. Stood there for so long. It just took so much damage, Class. They were a punching bag.
I mean,
that was
both teams took a lot.
absurd.
It was almost going in the way of the University of Louisville Red, but unfortunately, after the separation of Smoke, who they did actually eliminate, there wasn't a whole lot of South Alabama left they could eliminate. And now they're going to be able to come back into this to South Alabama with a bunch of ultimates very close.
It'll be the battle of the overclocks to start things off. A bit of a duel, and Louisville desperately need this opening pick. But Rins is being just held down, has no room to peek. Lilith is low on the high ground, as is Snoopferret is low in the back. Snoopferret trying to get out of there and gets the kill on Rins on the way out. Lilith is going to pop the Tyre with popping that Tyre with less than 20 health. Looking for targets, find supports. That'll do. Both your supports gone. No heals, no sustain. Left here for Louisville Red. South Alabama will clean this thing up and push this card in. A good amount of time left. Nice interruption onto the high noon. The Deadeye would be the word I was originally looking for. South Alabama still a Smoke is doing such good work here with the recent Javelin Spin fighting kills. Now it's double damage for everybody. Overwhelming amounts of pressure coming out of the Jaguars, and they're going to push this card home.
Cleanup had taken so long, though. I mean, they were on that cart with like 2 minutes left. It took 45 seconds to clear everyone off, I guess. It's still a good defensive attempt there for Louisville. Of course, it didn't actually hold properly, like in the end. But a minute 12, it could have been a lot worse.
I mean, it was a real good defense on point A.
Yeah, that's how they're still on 1 minute 12 only, because the defense was so good. After that, it was kind of a roll, South Alabama, fortunately for Louisville. But Louisville definitely setting themselves up to potentially beat the time. 112 is definitely not unbeatable. Their defensive strat was pretty good. It actually did force South Alabama to adapt a lot, but after that got capped, they couldn't really find the next adaptation or the next fight to come back into it. And a lot of that had to do with the fact that South Alabama just doesn't want to stop pressing W. So where Louisville sets up this defense, they are trying to make a move on someone like Smoke, maybe on Snoopferret. Like they pick a target that they want to separate, they want to take out, and they actually did that, especially on third. You saw Smoke being sort of cordoned off near the pits, like near that hole you can fall into. And they were able to take out the Orisa. But in the meantime, Lilith and Snoopferret just say, no, but we are going to go forward as well and go into your back line and eliminate everything there while you're trying to kill one Orisa. So it's that they have to find a way in which they can all actually make that forward move without getting picked off in the back. And that's all going to come down to how well either Joda Pro or the DPS are able to peel for that back line and deal with Lilith and Snoopferret as a team.
Sean going on to the far now. Here is the Louisville Cardinals go on to the attack. Sean will at least have a good aerial perspective and can help keep an eye on the supports. There's some rocket sound to help peel. Hanging around Hotel, just hovering right above Joda Pro. You see sticking hand in hand, vertically at least, with their tank as they put some pressure in. Good Rex takes Snoopferret out early. Snoopferret stuck around. And Sean will just take that. Oh, that's a big pin in the back, though. Joda Pro way out of position. Lands the Javelin. Just going to stick it out back here. Got a little bit of healing and has Smoke low. Joda Pro is at full health now. And ends up being a I'm not stuck in here with you, you're stuck in here with me scenario for Joda Pro.
a very aggressive fade in from Tillman as well to get behind them and help out their tank. Because without that Moira healing, that might have been a very different situation there from Joe the Pro.
Yeah, that was clutch. As soon as I saw the yellow heals coming through,
Right.
and I'm sure
like,
Joe
is there a Moira there? Yeah.
and Joe Pro's going, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see those Moira stats after this game, seeing how much extra DPS Tillman has been able to push out as well. Because it's not just the healing, it's obviously also the right clicks you have to do to get the healing back up. And we've seen a lot of rumors about the elusive DPS Moira lately.
We won't address those rumors here as of yet. We'll address the coalescence that's coming online that could really help Louisville to push around this final corner and escort them right on into the Foundry. But the card is way far back, so Louisville are hesitant to take too much space.
Yeah, I think they could maybe push a little bit further forward if they wanted to.
I was thinking the same thing.
It's been a struggle, right? So teams have been struggling a lot to keep one person on the payload and then fight, because you have that, instead of a 5v6 or 4v5, it feels a lot more egregious, that gap. Gurth does go down early to the hit scan of Lilith.
No.
They have been able to go over to the Cassidy. Now we do have the Coalescence out, so that is a lot of pressure they're putting back on it. Might not even be missing their Mercy for now.
The ground troops certainly are, but Sean is! As Lilith is going to find that kill as well. There's a flank coming in from behind. Snoop Ferret's back behind him. Shatter! Oh, it landed! Alright, the sound cue was a little ahead of it, so I thought Smoke got javelined out of it for a second. Nah, Shatter's good. Smoke on top of things.
Yeah, they're able to hold on that defense, and it needed to. You know, you have 1 minute off on your clock, but still, if that card goes straight over to C, then there's a lot of time on that bank that you have to hold for. So you'd rather have 1 or 2 fights here, and maybe if they kept second, a couple of fights in the Foundry. Good shots.
Woo.
Lilith really coming alive here.
Absolutely. Lilith dialed in as they get their 3rd kill in a row. Oh, Maruchan is the one able to take down the far. Can't underestimate that Baptiste either when it comes to that hit scan. A lot of tools here for South Alabama, and they're able to force Louisville all the way back into the spawn.
You're talking about technically a triple hit scan that they're playing against right now with a Gurth and Sean Fire Mercy combo. It's a lot to deal with. It's a lot to try and dip and dodge and duck and dive, and at the moment, it's a barrage that goes into his side door that gets nothing.
Oh, it's John a little disappointed in that one. That was a cool use of Terror Surge, though. They pulled everybody in, and then the rockets from Sean did just twice as much value as they normally did. What a neat combo coming out of Louisville, and it's working like a charm.
It's very reminiscent of combos with Graviton Surge in that sense, right? Where you pull a bunch of people close together. I've seen it comboed with a bunch of things, whether it's the Molten Core, whether it's the Blizzard, whether it's the Fire Barrage, but just in general, other ultimates or abilities that work really well with it. You can even argue that Anas can throw anti-nades in it really well. Also really, really good use for it.
It's like a super Halt, right?
Yeah, it's really good.
You can kind of use it the same way that you used Halt previously in the Overwatch 1 version of a recent. Now we're going to get a speeding Deadeye coming out as Snoop Ferret somehow manages to find Renz. I didn't see Snoop Ferret on the screen. Shatter, nicely done. Smoke, very low though. Both Joe DePro and Smoke fighting for their lives right now and kind of backing up. I say that. I mean, Smoke is still just getting aggressive. What faith in their supports. Smoke is below 100 health, still swinging, throwing fire strikes, keeping the pressure on Louisville right now, not giving up any space.
2 minutes to go for Louisville to try and equalize this series, and at the moment they're halted just 1 fight distance away from that point B. Not impossible to get there, especially when you can overpower them with speed, because other than the speed boost, there's nothing on South Alabama that can really hold them off if they try to continue rush. Tillman is really the linchpin to make this entire attack work.
Oh,
as I say that,
it's the Ant Matrix. Another beautifully timed Ant Matrix from Maruchan. That's the 3rd one she's had that's just been super high value fight, winning with only 1 ultimate.
At least they didn't already invest in the rush, and then afterwards the amplification matrix comes out.
Fair.
So that same win condition still exists, because that would have been really devastating if they used the rush and then the amp matrix come out and just completely deletes them.
See if they can get opportunity to use it this time as it's a big hit into the back. Duplicate out from Snoop Ferret, and so there's 2. Oh no, Sean gets javelin in. The rush is out, but Snoop Ferret is out here in front. Has the Terror Surge now. Everybody backing out of that one as they just try to ignore Snoopfair and move into the front line. But I feel like Louisville are finding themselves a bit surrounded at the moment. Finally, they're able to start finding some kills as a very low Snoopfair gets topped off. Deadeye coming out of Lilith to put a little pause in this action. After that is used.
So far. Obviously, they're getting it. They're getting it right. They're gonna get the point here.
Yeah.
That is gonna happen.
Yeah, as soon as the Deadeye was done,
so.
Louisville just all popped out of their hidey holes and managed to
I hope they
find
get there.
elims. Yeah.
They're gonna get there in overtime though. I mean, unless they're gonna get a very aggressive push here. The Cassidy's on there. Lilith does make it. Gonna get the charge maybe from smoke. No, they don't. They're
backing out.
Too.
Yeah.
I mean, and even now, right? 20 seconds, and you're already gonna be below the time bank of South Alabama. So they have to make a monstrous push here. They have to finish with time left. Otherwise, they cannot win this map anymore, and then South Alabama, at the very minimum, gets a draw out of this, if not just the win.
We will do have a sub barrier here. I would like to have seen you a little sooner, but look at that boom! It's Jonah Pro with the Javelin spin to find the kill, but unfortunately, the DPS still too strong. Even without a tank, South Alabama have no problems cleaning up the remainder of this fight.
That's not going to be the easiest one to attack here. And again, you're only going to have 50 seconds left now. Not a lot of time. You got a bunch of ultimates, though. 4 coming up for the next fight. You got to be able to not only use them in this fight, but also use these ultimates to push in, because you're not going to have another one after this. It's all going to come down to the last 40 seconds.
I'm not sure this is even doable for Louisville, to be honest. That's a huge Terror Surge, but they need to combo it with something. Woo! Oh! The boop left Sinister in the kill zone. All right, a lot of damage done. Rins with some nice cleanup. Okay, they do get the TK, 20 seconds.
Yeah, they're going to have to do another fight here, and if South Alabama can regroup properly, get the damage out with the surprise Bastion on third, Lilith close to a Riptire as well, and the Sound Barrier out from Sinister already, they're going to have to touch. Someone's going to have to get on there. 3 seconds.
All right. Joe did make it, but Joe did not receive the Sound Barrier. Gets topped off, couple of early kills, and nobody else gets to the point. All it takes is 2 elims for Louisville to get it there, but it is in OT. They do not finish with that precious time bank that you were talking about. So, draw is the best that the Cardinals can hope for here.
Yep, and after a draw, they will get to pick another map, because they were the last team to lose the map. But unfortunately, it doesn't do them any good, because they still have to win one. South Alabama did take a long time, though, to capture that point A. So there is a really good chance we're going to stave over to a draw here. But of course, they've learned. We can already see, I see it, the little previews of what's to come in the future. Of the content that hopefully will drop next year. But for now, we focus on the content that's right in front of us. It's this wonderful match between these two teams that is heating up more and more. I don't know, like, if I think about this, right? So what went wrong in South Alabama's last attack? They tried to run at Louisville when they just had a Junkrat in the way. So what South Alabama is posing to do in the spawn right now is pick a lot of characters that can, A, get past the choke and just around barriers, etc. fairly easily. And that can also dish out a bunch of damage in burst if they focus on targets correctly, aka it's called a dive. So that's what they're going to do here, potentially. With the Winston, the Tracer, the Echo, Mercy, and the Ana, the one thing I do hope is that they have a plan for how to peel for Sinister when they get jumped on or attacked in any way.
I was thinking the same thing. Sinister feels, I don't know, like they're just going to end up alone. They don't have the mobility to stick with the Winston and the Lucy, and the Tracer, excuse me. Lucio Mercy isn't going to provide a whole lot of sustain. I mean, it's a tough call. Obviously, the Ana pairs really nicely with Smoke's Winston, assuming they can stay safe. Joe to Pro push it forward, and Sinister's already dead. Yeah, and then Smoke immediately going to die thereafter. Trades are coming through, but these are going to favor Louisville, and I can't help but feel that they still have the advantage in this fight. Excuse me, they're going to favor South Alabama.
Alabama, though.
Yeah. I totally got dyslexic on that one. Yeah, I totally got dyslexic on that one. It's South Alabama's advantage on this with these respawns. Which, that's it. That's it. Map's done and dusted.
So the reason why this works, and this is a very high-level strat, but a high-level like idea of how to attack King's Row with little time left. We only need to capture a tick. The idea is that you pick these high mobility characters because A, you can get them back in the fight quickly, You can get on the point quickly and put a lot of pressure there, as well as that you have respawn advantage. So the idea is that you're essentially fighting a war of attrition. As long as both teams keep trading blows, eventually you'll win out as a dive team because you get there quicker and you're able to get those eliminations and then eventually cap the points. So
Constant
if that
pressure.
was right, and if that was the strat behind it, it's very high level, it's very cool, it's very smart. It's how it works. But otherwise, even if that wasn't the plan, what they did was still, the right
Yeah.
thing to do, where you just pick so much mobility that the Junkrat essentially gets nullified. And then, the Orisa as well is kind of like looking around, what can I do? Can I javelin anything? I can't even see where they are half the time. So yeah, that's it's a good thing. There's a reason why these mobility comps and these are very good at high level all the time, because you play with auto mobility, you play with the space very well. But yeah, very well done from South Alabama.
High mobility, very strong in Overwatch.
Very strong.
Pro tip.
Yes.
Pro tip.
It's either that or sustain, and sustain isn't currently really the thing. So then it's spectral mobility.
Yep, back to mobility. Hey, that doesn't hurt my feelings. It means we get to see more Winston play, and everybody loves good Winston play, right? Yay!
Yep.
All right. Well, that makes a map 2 in the books. That is going to put South Alabama on match point. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's map number 3. Louisville will have their pick. We'll see where they go when we return. Well, after losing the Rhine matchup on Nepal, Louisville Red decided to go to Kings Row and see if they could challenge South Alabama in the home of the German Crusader. Well, not home as in where he's from, but home is where he's played the most. Guess what? That one was an L as well, classy. So now Louisville Red standing on the better match point, but they do have map pick.
They had it for Kings Row too. So what's going to change this time? Well,
Valid.
This time they're going to Escort, and honestly, the Escort maps that just exist in Overwatch as a whole are in general not the most favorable to Reinhardt compositions, just because of the open space, a lot of high grounds usually. So it should be much easier to play something that isn't Reinhardt on any of these maps. However, it's Circuit Royale, and teams like to play shields there because then they don't get sniped. So we might still see a lot of Reinhardt. But we'll see. It's all the teams in the end, and we can't really predict what they're gonna do. But they do like to. They haven't really liked to play a lot of hit scan aside from the Cassidy. So we'll see if that changes here.
Yeah, I mean, we've been in some pretty close quarters maps, though, where the Cassidy has a more optimal range. So I'm not exactly sure, I mean, maybe a Widowmaker is in either of our team's hero pools. Not sure at this point. I will say, kind of circling back to the tank conversation, that, the Sigma, clearly very popular on Circuit Royale. We've seen a lot of Sigma throughout the entirety of Overwatch 2 so far, likes to rear his head here. Even when not particularly meta, will still pop up from time to time on Circuit. And I think Circuit would take Ryan, at least on paper, in this scenario. So, maybe we get the Sigma matchup. Maybe this is where Joda Pros are able to take the edge over the competition.
Maybe this is where it happens. Maybe this is finally where they find the answer. The lock to the key that is the defense or the offense, or the key to lock rather from South Alabama. It's Louisville has been struggling a bit. I mean, they've been very close maps still. Like there has been a lot of back and forth, and it's not a clear cut Alabama just wins. But it does seem like Alabama has this like slight edge where they like figure something out. Like whether it's a hero swap or a composition swap or just a little bit of plan of attack, an attack angle in some places as well. That seems to put them just over the edge. And as we go to Circuit Royale, which can be a very tricky map to actually finish in the first place, we might be seeing more of those like small decisions that have a very big impact from South Alabama.
We'll say South Alabama seemed to have had an answer for everything Louisville wanted to throw at them. Yeah, I mean, it's Louisville wants to run the Farah. They just turn into a Cassidy and it pops off, or just as you were talking about earlier, just pull the Junkrat out and. That's their hard counter the Farah that way. Go figure. So yeah. We'll give Snoop Fair a moment to decide if they want to stick with this rat.
It's attack, exactly.
Yeah,
Not gonna pull out too early. So far, though, Joda Pro indeed on the Sigma and Renzu going over to the Widowmaker. So a very good chance that we're actually going to be seeing some snipes here. And the really big question, of course, is going to be whether Smoke stays on the Reinhardt or not, and if they're going to be able to block the sidelines, and especially Renzu, but also of Sean to a degree.
Well, and that's where it becomes real tricky, is if Louisville can find a position where they can take multiple angles, South Alabama are going to be in trouble.
Yep.
If South Alabama can close the gap, though, they've got a real shot here.
Chosen to go through the doors that give them the least amount of possible sidelines on any hit scan or long range poking compositions. So far doing a pretty good job of that. They gather on the cart and run the first corner.
Louisville playing patient and just trying to utilize this high ground, try to open up this defense. It was a nice move from Snoop Ferret. Got a good mine in, and Smoke is now trying to follow it up. Gonna hang tight here, wait for the rest of the team to catch up. Lilith is back on cart and just kind of hiding here for a moment, keeping their head down, while the rest of South Alabama slowly but surely muscle away some space here from the Cardinals.
Yeah, the interesting thing is as well that every single time Snoop Bear jumps in, you just see Louisville back off, and they should stop backing off and actually shoot at the Junkrat. Maybe they'll get a pick, and Renz just does exactly that. Fortunately, not going to be enough.
Yeah, Louisville still down by one. I think that was a cancel pin. Just to not go too far, and just good fire strike cancels. Well, it comes in with the pair as well. Louisville Red get absolutely dismantled on this defense. Good patience, good systematic approach coming out of the Jaguars of South Alabama.
Yeah, and again, it's just that aggression, right? Like South Alabama keeps just pressing forward, pressing the attack. Another charge coming through. I mean, that's definitely pressing the attack right there.
Bold move there. Smoke goes and throws it into Shatter. Looks like it just got one. It did force out Immortality Field. Jordan Pro trying to use the Flux with very little health. Able to find 2 with that and is able to get both supports. South Alabama no longer have sustain. Louisville should be able to stabilize on the back of that good ultimate coming out of Joe DePro.
You thought South Alabama was going to just steam all the way through to point B. You were wrong. And I really like this swap from Renz as well to the Ashe. Ashe was very popular earlier on when Overwatch 2 just launched. Saw a little bit of a fall off though, but I really like, especially in maps like this where you have these longer sidelines to get the poke off.
There you go.
Shots like this. I really like the Ashe in that situation because it's so much extra poke and extra targeting that you can do without losing accuracy. Because that's what the Junkrat is sort of the problem with maps like this. It's very open. The Junkrat throws these nades down. You don't really hit anything, or they can easily see the shots coming. And then things like a Dynamite, things like just the general Viper, is much easier to hit these shots and get them pin down these targets. But of course, a concussion mine is just as good.
I mean, somehow Snoop Ferret just managed just to sneak these in, just get right in the position, get in your face like it's nothing. Immortality Field already taken care of. Now the tire's going to go in, try to sneak its way through, and finds El Magnum before it's all said and done. I was hoping for a little bit more, but you know what? If you're only going to find one, the Baptiste is the perfect hero to take down.
Waited very well for the Immortality Field to be gone as well. It was a really good play. Almost ran out of time to tire. I was really thinking it was going to run out.
I think it's the only reason it didn't get more than just one, to be perfectly honest. Yeah. Louisville have to play a little bit slow here, waiting for their Baptiste to return. Joda Pro actually stepping very far out. It's going to be a trade. It's going to be Sean coming up with 2. Overclock still going. One more, you bet. You give me one more, Sean. That's a 3-piece there for Sean of the Sojourn.
Very quick flick on the kinetic grasp there from Joda Pro, now going down to the death nades of the Junkrat. But yeah, what a overclock coming out there from Sean. Definitely showing up Lilith in that situation.
Now we got a big Dominic Butler online. Bob is, yeah, Bob will be quite strong against this competition, actually. Composition, rather. Shatter gets blocked. Transcendence up. Smoke didn't stand a chance. That was just all guns pointed at Smoke's head. And Louisville are just going to win the fight on the back of that and only cost them Transcendence. Oh, they did use the Bob as well.
Yeah, I think that fight was a very clear example of why sometimes people will refer to Sigma as the better Reinhardt. Because you will still have that shield, which is deployable, but you will also be able to do something while your shield is up, which is more than just throw a Fire Strike every now and then. Yoda Pro immediately getting another elimination with that Sigma, gets Maruchan out of there, and that is going to be the attack of the Reinhardt going at you, but Smoke, you can only swing when your shield isn't up, and unfortunately Yoda Pro doesn't have that issue. You just take out one after the other with the Hyperspheres.
Tillman coming in with a nice kill on the Sinister, having some fun on the Zenyatta.
Yeah, I like it.
And that Discord orb is putting so much pressure onto Smoke. One of the big reasons, I mean, Smoke is taking chunks every time they go to throw a Fire Strike. And they've had enough going over to the Winston.
And the Tracer as well from Lilith. This is going to be the one.
Fighting down low for the moment. They have an Ant Matrix and a Gravitic Flux to contend with coming out of the defense of Louisville. Smoke going up to the high ground takes a lot of damage. Bubble even just fell down below, but they do drop down and get popped off. Both DPS ults up the ready, and South of them are going to come up the stairs. It's going to be the tire from Snoop Fair, but here comes the Gravitic Flux from the defense. Tire going into the back, Smoke falls up front, but Rins falls as well. Trade favoring the defense on this one. Nice shots go down, Tillman falls, Lilith is penetrated through into your back line. Maruchan has fallen, so sustain lacking here for South Alabama, and they don't want to pursue this attack anymore. They're trying to back up and find safe haven.
Guess who's still alive, though? It's the Junkrat. You gotta be careful, Joda Pro. Gonna be 30 seconds, though, before this map potentially goes a very wrong way for South Alabama. They gotta find a way to get to that second checkpoint. It's getting really arduous for them to get through. And the hardest time they have is getting up the stairs, because there's just so much in their way.
Maruchan has been spectacular with these amplification matrices. It's the only ult currently available. Smoke goes down. Lilith, could this Pulse be the one to take it over the line? The Pulse will get El Magnum. It's a good kill, but both matrices are out from both teams. Double damage all around. Transcendence from the defense. Joda Pro caught in a trap momentarily, held in place, but they're still putting damage in spades upon South Alabama. Following the Discord around Joda Pro, picking up one kill after another. This cart's not going anywhere. If Louisville's going to make a comeback, this defense is a good start to it.
And it really felt like South Alabama had to use too many resources to get to the Carter on that high ground in the first place. Every single time you see like a concussion mine to jump up there, or the Winston jumping, or the Rhine charging, or anything like that, they have to use too many resources to get into a range where they can properly fight. And South Alabama, with the Ash, with the Sojourn, just with the Sigma, they kept poking them to like half or 3/4 or sometimes even a quarter health before they even get there. And at that point, South Alabama is too far behind in the fight, even without taking ultimates into account. It is just sheer map geometry and Louisville taking advantage of that has stifled the rampaging of offense that South Alabama has so far been able to put up in this series.
And South Alabama have found all their success in playing close quarters. And they're really good at closing the gap. They kind of went to their fallback there of Lilith on the Tracer, Smoke on the Winston, to use that mobility that we've spoken so highly of to close that gap. But they were still just getting chunked down. Like you said, Smoke tried to go to high ground and had 150 health left with no bubble by that time they'd get close.
It's because the gap is too large to
it's
use
just
the
too
mobility
much
to get there. So even when you use the mobility, you still end up not actually where you want to be, and you're just out in the open with nothing else helping you out because you used your ability to get there. So yeah,
it makes me
that
wonder.
is the issue.
It makes me wonder why Louisville tried to go and play into Kings Row. They look really good in this poke game. In this poke pick kind of composition, they have the upper hand, it seems to me.
It's just the only map they scrim, I guess. Just scrims Row. I think
Fair.
we're just going to call it that.
Yeah.
If they win, we can ask them as the winner's interview. But for now, they still have to at least try and equalize the series, or at least win this map. That's the first step to potentially getting a reverse sweep and getting an interview with us. But for now, South Alabama setting up on the defense with that, well, vintage signature poke comp, I guess.
Yeah, and playing close as they want to do, and keep it in Snoop Ferret's range so they can just land those mines. South Alabama are in this little sweet spot, then their goal. They find the picks first, and it's easy pickings. Not a single kill for Louisville on that attack.
As soon as Louisville's able to get past this corner, they're going to have a much easier time, but they have to find a way to get past there first, and they think that Bastion might be the answer, and it could very well be. And if they're just chunking a lot of damage at you, chunk a lot of damage back. That's exactly how that works.
I don't know about going to that small room against a Junkrat and a Cassidy, though. That doesn't look like a good plan, Rins, but hey, maybe you can force them out a little bit. Discord Orb onto Smoke as they go diving in deep, but it's enough by room for Snoop Ferret to get those mines down, and Lilith is able to click El Magnum in the distance, turn around, take care of Rins, who somehow ended up behind him. Not sure exactly how they got there, but I know how they got out of there. It's a one-way trip back to spawn, that's how.
And you can just see the difference as well in ult charge. Like, the supports also haven't been able to charge up much, because quite honestly, every time Louisville does take damage, it's all in chunks and they're instantly eliminated. So even the supports don't really get the chance to build up their ults that quickly.
And on the other side of the board, South Alabama coming up on 3, maybe 4, 5 here before Louisville are going to get much.
Oh, the threats of the tire. And there's nothing to stop it this time. There's no immortality fields. Where's Snoop Ferret going to send it? Just down the mid lane, and it won't get anybody. That was a bit too telegraphed.
It was the Hyperspheres from Joda Pro that did the majority of the damage, but it's not often you see a Moira get the kill on a Junkrat tire. Got the little final tickle there to deflate that tire. Smoke is in deep inside that left room to get that kill onto Rins. But there's a Gravitic Flux online here. Rins is going to get res. 5 players standing, and 4 of the defense just get slammed into the ground. Immortality field already out. Sound barrier now there, but it only finds 3. The DPS are gone. The sound barrier is just going to fall away. Smoke can't get out of there. The Lucio is long bailed, and Smoke just had to die on cart.
It's going to be finally some advance from Louisville, but they still are not even close to that first checkpoint. South Alabama going to have a very good chance to defend this once again, and they have ultimates to boot as well. Both teams do, in fact. Sean's going to be really careful because Liv has been super accurate.
That is no joke. Who's been on a tear and now has sights turned to the sky. Got a couple of dinks down into Sean, but so far the healing is good. Rins finishes off Lilith. No more worry for Sean, so they're able to throw the barrage in. An overwhelming amount of damage will come through and just flatten South Alabama. Louisville Red will escort this cart on in. It was an expensive fight for him. It cost him 3 ultimates, but they get the job done.
South Alabama not even able to get off 1 ultimate, that is really disappointing. That was really a moment where, especially the Deadeye, there were a couple of moments where that could have been a good one. The Shatter, even the Amplification Matrix could have been brilliant just to help Lilith battle that Pharmacy. Because if they had an Amplification Matrix, that Fire would not have been alive for much longer.
Well, I guess the flip side of that coin is they do have him here.
Yeah, now they do, of course.
Snoopferret's already super low, though. All right, they're going to find some heals as this Deadeye is finally channeled. There's a skull, there's a shatter. The shatter is monstrous. What an earth-breaking ultimate coming out of smoke. Flattened Sean immediately, still putting pressure down. Good heals coming out as the Guardian was popped. The ultimate out of Magnum, keeping everybody topped off for now. This is going to throw Joe DePro off the side. Bye. Yep. We know Smoke is on point with that cancel. They've been practicing that one a little bit.
Good one as well. I mean, it was a really good Deadeye and Shatter combo because there was 2 options. Either the Deadeye gets the Sigma or it gets the shield, so the Shatter will always land because there's nothing to block it. So it was a very good coordination between the 2, just speeding it forward as well because they got the speed advantage. Very well thought out play from South Alabama and a simple but super effective combo.
Now they're using their 1 ultimate to try to see if they can extend this time. 146 on the clock, and Newfaird's going to get taken out of the sky early. Sean was super low, and there's no mercy there to heal him up, so Sean had to just fall back. Does have a barrage ready to go and is circled around up to the high ground at this point. Taking a lot of damage, drops back down. Meanwhile, Joe Pro looking for somewhere to drop this Gravitic Flux. Throwing in a lot. Rock is blocked. It's going to be the Barrage Flux combo. Lilith will take care of Sean. Health bars were low, and Sinister has to drop the cell barrier to try to keep him alive, but South Alabama are quick to use those shields to find the kills necessary to end this fight. Joe DePro, not going to make it out of there. There's no way, no how. Big stagger coming out from South Alabama.
Both teams having such a struggle to get up those stairs, up that curvy road, and actually get to a place where they can fight the enemy team. They're going to switch Joe DePro over to the Reinhardt, going back to the matchup that they've been losing in the past 2 maps. And Snoop Ferret ready with the duplicates as well. Ren's Ooh is going to have to have a huge overclock. And, of course, the Rush is ready too.
Yeah, the Rush is the one I'm looking at. Good block from Joe DePro. Snoop Ferret's going to dupe, and that's going to be another Reinhardt in the battlefield. 3 of them in all. Renz is able to get Lilith with that overclock. So far, still going, but only has 19 health to work with. They get smoked, too. Now is able to take Snoop Ferret out of their duplicate form and chasing them back towards the spawn. Renz gets topped up in the meantime. Has a Snoop Ferret in their sights. A little dance around the tent here. Trying to figure out which way they go. Trying to not let them escape, but they're not able to lock them down.
One fight they gotta take in order to stop this payload from reaching the golden box of victory. It almost touches. Oh, they get the contest just in time.
That's half a meter, but there's a shatter from Joe DePro going to the back. Lilith falls. And it's giving me a counter stun to keep Smoke off the cart. University of Louisville Red will take their first map of the series as they're able to win it out here on Circuit Royale. It's the first of 3 needed for them to pull this series back, though.
Oh, it's going to be a very, very, very interesting thing to see because now, because they lost their own map pick in Kings Row, they don't get to pick the next map now because they won this one, and it's match point still for South Alabama. And that's like the issue that you have when you lose your map pick, when you lose that Kings Row map, you're always on the back foot fighting from behind because even if you now equalize the series, you get another map pick against you. And it's just very jarring because you can always have that advantage if you are South Alabama. That being said, it's going to be push next. Only 3 maps in that. So you weren't going to get much of a choice anyways. And at least you get to ban which one you don't want to play. So that might be should be a tiny bit of an advantage and a consolidation for Louisville.
A little bit. I mean, I think this is a pretty clear-cut answer. We've seen South Alabama Their identity is laid out plainly for the entire world. They like brawl. They like playing up close. They like being in your face. And there's really only one push map that fits that description. Lo and behold, it's not Esperanza, as that one gets banned out. But I'm not sure that would have been the one I would have banned. I'm just guessing here. Oh, it is actually not going to be the one I thought it was going to be.
I was gonna say you had that whole speech. I had already seen the map pick. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about because that's not where they're going. But
well, see now,
not Coliseo.
Now my story is they're breaking expectations because I completely expected Coliseo, Classy.
Everyone expected Coliseo, but they're taking it to New Queen Streets. They're doing it. I don't know. I like it's an interesting pick. Like New Queen Street for a lot of teams still feels like the comfort pick because a lot of teams have not wanted to play Coliseo. Esperanza is very new. A lot of teams are also like kind of struggling with that one. But I like the. I mean, I don't mind the pick on New Queen Street with the weird flanks you can do there, with the Junkrat just being in your face all the time. I think the W style from South Alabama will still work really well here. And it's really going to be. It's still really up to Louisville to show that they can sort of stand toe to toe or find a solution to this. Because as much as they just won Circuit Royale, it was still by the skin of their teeth. Like it was not close. It was not like a clear cut. Oh, they figured it out at all. And if anything, the map geometry really helped them out. So now that map geometry advantage is kind of gone, are you going to be able to win another map that you didn't pick?
Louisville did slightly better around the hairpin turn than South Alabama. Like that was the difference maker. And better use of long range. You know, the Ash worked well for him on defense there. I don't know about the Ash on New Queen Street. There's just so many flank angles. It's easy. It's easy to get in and close a gap, but
but it also means you can potentially go on a very long range flank and use like a sniper. Like it's, I know.
Yeah, took the words right out of my mouth.
I'm thinking here with the quick play mind. I'm like, oh, I'll just pick Widow and go on the far flank, and they'll never see you coming. And you get like 2 or 3 picks, but yeah, that doesn't really work in these team environments all that often. So we'll see whether or not they're going to be able to pull anything like that off. At the moment, I'm still feeling South Alabama has a pretty good shot at just taking the 3-1 here. But Louisville could surprise us. I mean, they still have to. I think the main thing that they have to figure out is how to deny smoke consistently. Because as much as we talk about the Junkrat, as much as we talk about like the DPS doing well, like Lilith as well, there is just this aggression that Smoke is able to push out without being punished too hard for it. And I think when you can see them coming from longer away, we can play this Orisa style that Joda Pros is currently queuing up, or actually already out of the spawn with. They might be able to have a better shot at that, as Smoke already throws down 2 fire strikes for very little value.
Snoop Ferret going over to the May, so that's something new. Not just for today, but for like the last 3 weeks of Overwatch.
Yep.
But indeed new from what we've seen out of South Alabama so far in this series. Rens by themselves has to slide forward, regroup with the rest of the team as Joda Pro find themselves surrounded but trying to make the best of the situation as they're able to fortify to avoid the slow effect coming out of that main primary fire and then return some shots and Snoop Ferret, it'll get taken out. Joda Pro has all the tools they needed to survive the May, and it's going to be University of Louisville able to get TS1 on the road.
And I like this sort of creating chaos style that Louisville's employing right now. I think that Snoop Ferret, yeah, they accepted it. You know what? The May is not it.
That's not it.
Smoke also going over to the Ryan, from the Reinhardt to the Orisa. I like these swaps. I think it's just good to try and basically almost mirror it. And it's been curious to see South Alabama not go for the Kiriko at any point in time. We'll talk about how interesting that is later, eventually. We first see Lilith try and get a couple shots to the side.
Putting a lot of pressure down on the Tillman in the back, really wanting to pick off those supports. Joda Pro putting some damage in, but not enough. Now it is a 2-for-1 trade. Lilith could bring that back. 3v3 on this point. No tank standing for University of Louisville. Ren's on the side, trying to lock down Lilith, just can't get it done. Lilith is just connecting with all of these shots.
Yep. Everyone's saying Sojourn is the hero to watch. Well, turns out it's Cassidy. I wore the right shirt today, it seems. But looking forward to seeing what they can do with the high noon that they come coming up. Sean's got it charged up as well. Of course, it's normal that Snoop is a little bit behind in the Sojourn charge as he switched up to it later. But it's good that Smoke was able to catch up in the Orisa charge.
Yeah, that's actually very telling. Although it was after first fight, so you do get that little bit of a 30% bonus.
Yeah,
but
the 30% you keep it, but there was still a little bit further
there was
behind in that
definitely a
period.
gap. Yeah, no, there was still a gap for sure. Jonah Pro dropping in off the high ground. That is a dangerous move, but knows they have Sean to back him up. Timed perfectly with this Deadeye coming out. Snoop Ferret on the front line dueling with Renz a little bit. And Renz trying to use that rush. It's going to be the Terra Surge coming in. Joe Pro doesn't really fight a whole lot with that. It does get the sound barrier out of Sinister. But Snoop Ferret responding with an overclock. In fact, it's dueling overclocks. So Snoop Ferret finds 2 with theirs before Renz is able to put him in the dirt. Renz does get another one after that, though. Hang on a minute. This one's going down to the wire.
It's such a back and forth. Now you got the supports versus Telman and Sean going off there. And there's the Kiriko with the kunai. Gonna get one, gonna get another.
Get him, Tillman.
Nope, that's gonna be Renz that picks it up. But that was a very risky play from Sean in that fight. They went for the Deadeye on a very wide flank, even though the team was fighting very far away. The fact that they don't get any value out of that Deadeye, and South Alabama is not able to capitalize on that 4v5 quick enough, that really saves them there.
I think they were looking for the Deadeye Terra Surge combo to try to work.
Maybe.
Hey, at the end of the day, it's still in Louisville's favor. Smoke able to contest here before the cap came through. Second dot is not lit up. Sound barrier out from University of Louisville, though, is going to muscle them forward. Go to Pro, slightly misses on that javelin. It's a tough one to hit. No shame in that. You know, he's not missing his Renz and Sean. They're able to land those shots and continue pushing the spot forward.
Yeah, checkpoint achieved. Now they're going to get the barrier as far to that endpoint, maybe all the way to the endpoint as possible. They get a late kill into Maruchan, which is not the one you want to have to go down. You're Baptiste with the only ultimate online at the moment. It does seem like the ult cycling that's going on in Louisville is a bit more efficient than in South Alabama. They keep using these ultimates, not finding anything, and then sort of over-committing with more. And Louisville's able to cycle through them a little bit more methodically.
You know, I can't say I've seen a Fox Noon yet in competitive play. The extra speed on the Cassidy could be useful to get them into a position. I don't know. I could see it. I could see it having a bonus effect. Only if Renz doesn't die first, though.
You want to go for the Fox Noon. I wanted to go for the high rush. That was going to be my name for it.
You know what? We're not going to get either of them in this fight. Yeah.
No, not unfortunately not. It is going to go down. But they still have the ultimates online. The hope is still alive. I'm counting it if it happens still. But a lot of ultimates. Again, you look at the ult charts between the teams, right? So Renz, Uwu, Joe the Pro will have their ultimates pretty close into this fight. Sinister might get a sound barrier. But South Alabama still in a disadvantaged position when it comes to the check marks.
It's still a long way to go. Yeah, that's a lot of fights before. I mean, at least 2 fights before they get their own checkpoint and get those forward spawns. John with the Deadeye. I don't know if it was quite a Fox Noon. Didn't see where the Kiriko ult ended up, but I did see where that Terra Surge ended up. That's right in the face of South Alabama. Just jumped right in the thick of things. Joe Pro just moving in here without a care in the world and on just a Sunday stroll through the streets of Toronto.
That speed advantage that they're having, Louisville really making much more effective use of both their speed boosts and the rush as well. They get a little bit more aggression out of it now, and that seems to be working for them. They're being more proactive, more aggressive, more W pressing versus South Alabama, and that's it's solving sort of all their problems.
There's a speed boost in on that one. It does get Tillman. Lands the magnetic onto Girth as well. Beautiful pair of kills out of Lilith. And what backline? I see your supports. Lilith moves in for the assassination with the cowboy.
At that point, they can't lose anybody as well. Like, winning that fight so cleanly is such a big difference maker.
It is.
Also, the bot didn't quite get to the checkpoint marker, so I'm pretty sure that... Oh, they do get forward spawns, actually. They just barely make it. Forward spawns again gone. But now they got to make some distance. They got to win this next fight. Otherwise, they're just not going to get any advantage out of this.
Do have some ults to work with. Terra Surge finding Girth, who is 91% to sound barrier. A devastating loss here for Louisville in a very important team fight. Now South Alabama going to round the corner, and we're about to get into phase 2 of this engagement. Tillman has to teleport out, and it looks like Louisville are just going to back out. They've got to, I mean, there's time for them to move in and contest this objective.
Yeah, but they know with the speed boost difference, they can get ganged up on so fast if they play too far forward. Now they're going to come back. Girth has returned to the fray. Got stuck by a magnetic nade as Joe Pro, but they're still going to make the aggressive move.
Sound barrier's out, but Sean's already down. Both Cassidys taken out, and it's a 4v4 on this objective. Joda Pro lands that jab on to Snoop Ferret, and they've got to use their cooldown just to back out of here. All of South Alabama being a quick retreat, hoping they can find a pick in the process. Now with their cooldowns back online, it's South Alabama who are trying to surge forward, but it's a Terra Surge right in their face. Immortality Field is forced out, and Smoke gets caught in a bad position. That Javelin's going to land on a Maruchan, and they're 1 health in the back. Tillman's going to finish off that kill. And Louisville win this very back and forth, all important fight.
You can see that Louisville keeps finding the way or the timings for the retreats and then the waves back. A lot of that has to do with their sound barrier, with their speed boost, and then as well with the Kitsune Rush that came out there, or even with the Terra Surge. So they keep understanding when they need their timings of engagement.
It's been quite nice coming out of Louisville. The timing, that is. Oh, so are the shots out of Renz. That was a beautiful one, and a little follow-up on a Lilith. And it's 2 quick ones for Renz. A lot of low health bars in their sights. That's 3 for Renz here on this push. University of Louisville have been in firm control, and now they have their sights set on the back of New Queen Street. They are close to pulling this to map 5.
With 1 minute 30 and a over 50-meter gap between these two teams, it's a really tough one for South Alabama to claw back, but they have ultimates to work with at the moment.
Both supports, as a matter of fact, and Snoop Ferret finding opening kill. Sean and Renz answer right back, though. No DPS standing. Sean gets taken out, but Renz is still in this fight, though barely. Oh, spoke too soon. Never mind. Renz is gone. South Alabama hanging on by the skin of their teeth here right in front of their spawn.
With only a minute left, though, and it's so far to push, it's almost inconceivable to think that they're actually going to be able to win this one out. There are unmatched points. This could be it. This could be the thing that sends them to the next round of the playoff bracket. But they got to get this bot so far. Everyone's already respawned. They don't even add the check mark yet to deny their forward spawns. Already taking the next fight.
Rich and low early in the fight. Smoke poking, but cannot die. Has to be oh so careful in peeking around these corners, or end up like Maruchan, who's not able to drop their amplification matrix. A disastrous turn, and with only Lucio healing, there's just not enough sustain for South Alabama. They go down in that fight, and this is look on from inconceivable to downright insurmountable.
Yep, we gotta go. We're going into 99.99999th percentile of success rate for Louisville for this. Sean already takes down Lilith. This looks to be the end of it, Bull Skunk. I don't think they're gonna be doing anything here.
No, the sound barrier comes out just in the nick of time to predict the tower surge. In fact, that was true on both sides. But Joe able to get Maruchan again, and she cannot get that Ant Matrix down. Maruchan, who's been so good this series, has been focused hard by Louisville. And just not able to provide the same value that South Alabama needed that helped South Alabama go 2-0 up in this series. Now the Cardinals have clawed their way back into it. We are even kill. It will be one last control map to decide who moves on and who goes home.
I said it after the first round of control. We were gonna go the way, and we went the distance. A 3-2 is in the making as we're gonna go to a last control map to decide it between these two teams. But it seems that Louisville has found a way to stop the never-ending aggression from South Alabama. They've employed the old rubber band technique where, yeah, you know, you push in and we push back a little, and then we smack back on you when we've got the speed boost, when we've got the Kitsune Rush. We've got the Terra Surge. They're finding their own attack timings and denying South Alabama theirs, and they're doing a very good job of it. Now, on control, that's a little harder to do, so they're still going to have to really work hard for it, especially if they pick the right control map, because, of course, there will be 3 maps that are unplayable, 2 banned, 1 that's already been played. But of the maps that will be left, Lijiang Tower, I think Busan is left, and I think Oasis got banned, so it would be Ilios that's left. So out of Ilios, Oasis, or Busan and Oasis, I don't even know.
Busan got banned out.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so then it's Oasis, Ilios, and Lijiang that would be left.
Yes.
And then we get 1 ban out of those. So out of those, there's obviously better and worse choices. We're going to see what choice that is, though. We're going to take a very quick break before map 5. Give them a proper time to think about it. When we come back, we have the conclusion to this thrilling series.
Well, Classy, you called it after our very first sub-map. You threw out the bold pred that this one was going to map 5, looked at these two teams and said these two are tightly contested, both 6-3 to finish out the regular season. And you know what? I feel like there's a little bit of history repeating itself.
I mean, I would also just not be surprised if the other other matches in these playoffs also go to 3-2 because it's just such a close division.
Yeah.
But yeah, these teams did go 3-2 literally last week. Like, it's been a week and they play against each other again. Different meta, but still 3-2. It's one of these teams is going to get away with it. They're going to go to Lijiang Tower. We were talking a little bit before the break. Like, yeah, there are some picks that might be better or worse. I do think that this is out of all the remaining maps, which was Busan. No, not Busan. Oasis, Ilios, and Lijiang Tower. This is probably going to be their best bet. Oasis has some good spots for potentially like a Junkrat comp as well. But I think overall, if you think about comfort as well as the multiplication of good maps for the comps that you want to play, like the Brawl, Lijiang is definitely the winner. Although they're going to go to the least Brawl-friendly one first. It's going to be Gardens.
So, I mean, this... Immediately, my first thought is Louisville needs to win this. If they can win this map and then get the luck of the R&D and pull Night Market and not have to pay Control Center, it favors the playstyle we've seen out of Louisville so far. South Alabama coming in with, well, I mean, it's basically 5-man. It's very derivative of the old 6-man comp we used to see in Overwatch 1, where it's kind of a Winston Rush comp with the Reaper and the Lucio, and they're just trying to run full bore at him. Very similar concept to what they played with the Reinhardt, just with the Winston leading the charge. And you know what? Very similar results to what we saw in map 1.
And I mean, it's almost the same as we've been seeing for the entirety of the AL playoffs. They're just missing the Kiriko.
Right.
But, you know, the Kiriko is only so good as you can play her in a lot of ways. Like, it's very high skill hero, also for a team to play around. So I don't mind them Maruchan being on the Moira here.
Also, I mean, it requires a little bit different playstyle out of your tanks. Imagine South Alabama are already familiar with the playstyle here. Go with the tried and true. As they're looking to hold on. Louisville are very aggressively pushing back in here, fearlessly winning on to this point and picking up 2-3 kills along the way. A little bit of a spin to win, but not in the traditional form. As Joe to Pro able to help finish this off. Quick flip.
This might just be the way this goes back and forth. I think the main mistake South Alabama made there is that they didn't press W the entire time. They backed off a little bit. Yep. And that's when Louisville just ran into them. They're like, well, now we're going to attack. And there's nowhere you can go. And that's right. They didn't have anywhere to go.
Ult's very similar on both sides. South Alabama does have the overclock, which can just open this thing up wide. Yeah, Rins got caught out. Unfortunate as the power slide ran into the wall. Snoop there in an equally bad spot. Does have a little bit of help from Maruchan in the back. Joe DePro still at full health, and Nell has the Kitsune rush at their back. Running forward, but you have to do it without a Lucio, as Smoke is able to find that kill and to sit back on the point. Sean with some super fast fire and shotguns takes Smoke out of the fight. Lilith, unfortunately, not finding the same value on the other side as Sean goes in with the Death Blossom. It's Spin to Win 2.0 here from University of Louisville.
Smoke thought they could get the Primal Rage online on time, which would have completely turned that fight potentially around, but they just couldn't quite get it. It was like 2% away, so I understood why they thought they could get it, but that Reaper was just too fast at bursting them down. Nothing they could do about it.
I would love to see the numbers on what the DPS is on a Reaper with twice the attack speed.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
All right, pushing into a Death Blossom coming out of Lilith. Louisville need to be a little bit more careful. South Alabama pushing into them. Yeah, beautiful shot. Sean's out of the fight. Joe Pro already used the Javelin spin. South Alabama are pushing forward with a sound barrier at their back. Lilith sitting about half health, hiding in the bubbles, going to look to try to get that health back. Finds that kill onto Tillman. Now looking for more. Down to about 15 as Joe Pro is going to win that one out. But I don't think that Louisville have the reinforcements to hang on here. Sean is back to buy as much time. We'll get it to 99, but then it's South Alabama's point.
And I really like that with their mobility, South Alabama is choosing to just ignore the Orisa for as long as possible, eliminate everything else, and then go for the Battle Cattle. It didn't quite work out in that situation for Lilith, but Lilith has been holding on to the Death Blossom forever. I really want to see them find a way to use it.
Both Sojourns narrowly missing with their shots. There it is! You ask and you shall receive, and high value on the bridge as Lilith finds the perfect time to pull the trigger on the Death Blossom. Quick cleanup. It's going to be Joe DePro going to swim with the fishies.
I'm no longer man of class. I'm the man of forecasts. I ask and I shall receive. We're the report right now, though. Just a Kitsune Rush and a little bit of Death Blossom from Sean potentially coming up. Sinister has to try and get the Sound Barrier up ASAP because it's getting so close to being the vital ult they need to potentially survive this next rush.
Oh, but Louisville aren't going to waste any time. The Kitsune Rush is in. Sean does go down on the approach, and that's the one hero who gets the most value out of that Kitsune Rush. Tillman has fallen as well, but that early pick onto Sean was so clutch. Coming out of South Alabama in a fight that should have been Louisville able to take that. That's going to do it. Jordan Pro and Girth will fall. Sean's going to make it on. Yeah, he's there. Suzu is out from Tillman.
Suzu's out. I was going to say, you got to get him, otherwise he gets a Death Blossom on you. You might be in a bit of trouble. It looks like they're going to be able to clean up hero after hero here.
Focus fire on target. They're from South Alabama. And it was a narrow edge, and if they had been even one slight second behind in that, Sean could have gotten the Death Blossom up, which would have fed into more ults coming online, perhaps. Down to the wire.
It on at that point. It's like, if you don't get that kill, I mean, it happens in your quick play games all the time. It's like, oh, we can't get this Lucio, and it's Sound Barrier. Then someone else comes in, and there's a Junk Retire. Like, it's all these things that are coming up. But this is the map you're waiting for. Like we said, Louisville has to win that map, because if they don't win that map, it's gonna get harder and harder. And this particular map is the reason why. This is where the Junkrat, Reinhardt, like just the spam and the chaos really comes into play. There's nothing stopping them from approaching with this Junkrat. There's no like walls to hide, walls to hide behind, and there's no environment to sort of cordon them over a bridge that you can boop them off. This is where Lilith might get a lot of value, and Snoop Ferret staying on the Sojourn, so at least it's a different player on the Junkrat, but I don't know if that's going to matter much.
South Alabama immediately take White Room. Louisville rotating down low. It's a good mine in the back, and the supports are in trouble. Tillman gets caught out immediately. Louisville, they need to find kills. They need to find them fast. Otherwise, this is just going to snowball out of hand. They don't have the sustain to stick around in these close quarter fights. John, knowing that, trying to put the damage down on the squishy. Shilp comes up just in time, rotation through. Lilith eats a magnetic grenade, backs off to grab the mini. Meanwhile, Joda Pro on the point, able to grab some percentage, so at least Louisville are building up during this whole fight. They're gaining on the board, but they're not going to stick around long in this one.
I think with the one-man apocalypse that Joda Pro has been, I wouldn't even be mad if they just tried to play the Roadhog. It's pretty good right now in the meta if you're able to get the picks, but they need to get the picks. That's the main thing, and currently they're just getting picked as Girth and the rest of the team falls out.
And this would be a great place for Azaria if she got hit with the Nerf Hammer earlier today. I mean, it's a great way to deal with the Junkrat that we've seen from both Snoop Ferret and now Lilith. But it's not strong enough anymore, and I can't help but wonder if that's throwing Louisville off their game as they run in into a shatter. Yeah, Smoke is able to lay everybody flat. Joda Pro working to the back, has Lilith super low, will find that kill. Oh, and Smoke overextends trying to chase some kills of their own. So Louisville able to survive through a wonderful shatter and claw their way back into this thing.
It's the Reinhardt trap of Overwatch 2. If you get a shatter and you see like 4 players on the ground, yes, you want to chase those kills. You want them to get the eliminations. But the problem is that if you don't get them by the time they get up, you're not going to as a result of the shatter. So you got to find a different way. And Smoke just tries to still get those eliminations after it's already over, and that's when you just die as a Reinhardt.
Oh, but those multi-kills are so satisfying.
They are.
Yeah,
it's but it's the same with Gravitons. It's just a thing now.
Sure. Absolutely. No, I agree. A huge pin has put Smoke into a very awkward spot, so they're going to use another pin to get out of that awkward spot. Find a kill onto Girth, while Snoop Ferret dropped the overclock and has just managed to chunk through Joda Pro's health pool.
And now we're going to be in a really precarious spot for Louisville. They need to find a pick somehow, which is usually going to come down to the Sojourn getting something. But meanwhile, there is still... Ooh. Oh no, it's Sean with Deadeye on the flank. Are they going to notice this in time? Are they going to be able to punish it? Is Sean going to get value? It's interesting that South Alabama isn't pushing up that far, though. They're staying very far away.
Yeah, they're not trying to push the spawn door, which I think is what Sean was expecting. And Sean's been found out. Lula found him, but Sean still gets the kill anyway. Now Sean is looping all the way around to the backside, drops the Deadeye, able to get Snoop Ferret and Smoke very, very low. Smoke has another shatter, but they're not going to get a chance to use it here. Rins with a beautiful headshot here to conclude this fight.
I think there was definitely a call. It was like, just don't use ults, guys. We were 77%. We're going to be able to win a fight with those ultimates because they definitely are. And there was a large overcommitment from Louisville without getting any ults in return. No one used anything on South Alabama, and that's just a win. Louisville, if you lose that fight, that's a win with the percentage you have.
And Louisville used 4.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, first one coming out from South Alabama. Tire circling around. Sean knows it's there, trying to pick it off. Oh, Tire finds 3! Lilith might have just won the series here for South Alabama. It'll be enough to win this fight, and they are in a driver's seat, prime position to close out this series.
Oh, folks, 80% and counting. And how are you going to get back into this? You might get a shatter online from Joe the Pro, but you have to dodge the shatter from Smoke. You have to dodge it with the Kitsune Rush. It's already out.
Yeah, that's a Ryan in your face, swinging twice as fast as normal. The shatter is good! Oh, that's going back and forth. Jonah Pro smashes Smoke in the face. No way, Jonah Pro brings us back there by themselves. Somebody is on the point. Rids and Joe survive. They managed to hang on.
The Kitsune Rush come out and they sort of like run into each other as two teams, and somehow they take way more damage on the side of South Alabama. That was an unnecessary death there from a couple of players. The counter charge comes in from both of the Reinhardts. Yoda Pro taking a little bit more damage, it seems.
Both gone over to the Tracer, putting a lot of shots down onto Tillman to see if they can eliminate the sustain. Renz goes down on the front line. Smoke wanted to come out on top of this 99-99 fight. Smoke is swinging for the fences. Nothing to lose, everything to gain here for the South Alabama Jaguars. This squad out of Mobile will win it in a 3-2 fashion once again. It was not a fluke, friends. South Alabama move on through the tournament as they take down the Louisville Cardinals.
And I mean, we got to reiterate, right? Like, even though Louisville comes here in here as the 3rd seed and South Alabama as a 6th seed, they're both, you know, 6-3. There's 3 other teams that are 6-3. At this stage, it's ridiculous to even suggest that seeding matters between all those different teams. It's the individual matchups, and especially like we saw it last week between Louisville and this team, the 3-2. They're so close together, and it's all going to come down to the individual players in the moment. These are not league. These are not league matches anymore. This is all about those 1 to 3 to 4 to 5 maps that matter so much for all these players and teams.
That's all you get. I mean, and that is all that matters. You get these 5 maps are the most important 5 maps either of these teams have played all semester long. Oh my goodness. South Alabama that's a sigh of relief, wiping sweat off their brow as they almost fumbled a 2-0 lead in this series, but Almost being the key word there. Heartbreaking loss for Louisville. They put up one heck of a fight. Iron mental. They stuck with it. They brought it back down to the wire. But when it came down to control, the maps didn't quite go their way. The sub-maps didn't pop up in their favor. And it was Smoke on the Reinhardt who stood tall when it was all said and done.
Yeah, and now, of course, got to do one last thing before we end out this stream. We got to talk to someone.
We got an interview.
Who just won. Yeah, we're gonna talk to somebody that just played 5 maps and came out on top. One of the players on the side of South Alabama. Of course, we're gonna find out who that's gonna be. We're gonna take a very quick break to try and get them in here. Then we gotta congratulate them and grill them all we want.
All right, and we are back. We are here with Snoop Ferret coming in from South Alabama. Congratulations on the dub. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah, ignore the name at the bottom.
Ignore whatever card is under it. It is truly Snoop.
That
My
is
name
truly
is
Snoop Ferret.
South Alabama.
My name's gonna change.
Yeah, they're not here incognito.
There
or in
we go.
disguise.
There it is.
There
it
we
is.
go. It's sorted.
All right. Well, hey, we appreciate you taking the time to come talk with us. You know, you were talking about this is the second season competing in NECC.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Awesome.
Yeah, we did not compete last fall semester. We were in a different league, but then we transferred over in the spring. So,
what changes did y'all make coming into fall of 2022? And what have been your thoughts, to the season thus far?
we didn't make any changes to our roster. It's pretty much exactly the same, except for a different sub player. So we have that continued experience coming in. But when Overwatch 2 released, I think we struggled a lot in the early season with exactly what we wanted to do, and our macro gameplay was really rough, to be frank. So we took a lot of losses early in the season, rough losses. But as the season went on and we figured out more and more what we were doing and what we wanted to do, we found more and more success. So,
I mean, it was a massive turnaround. You started off 1-3 and then won 5 in a row to close it out 6-3. So I'd say you were doing something right.
Yeah. Which is why I'm looking forward to the semifinals, because that is a team that we faced really early in the season, and I'm hoping that we can live up to ourselves a little more.
Of course, it wasn't not just like the new game coming out in the new season, but now, of course, today we had a pretty significant patch drop in terms of balance.
Yeah.
Was it anything you guys had already prepared for beforehand, like ideas about that seemed to work out or not?
No, mainly because we're pretty much a brawl one-trick team, so
Sure.
It didn't really change that much for us, except that we don't have to deal with Zarya anymore. So,
There.
that's really about it. The patch didn't change much for us. I was hoping for a Sojourn nerf, though. That's not our strong point.
Yeah, I mean, it's because you started out not on the Sojourn, and eventually you were the one that was kind of playing it. Do you enjoy playing her in the first place, or is it one of those
It's one of those
strong,
I gotta play her.
I have to, so that's why I don't like it. But if you didn't have to, you might find it okay, and then
I definitely specialize more in projectile characters, Junkrat, Hanzo, Pharah, etc. So Sojourn's, I'm not amazing at her, but we make it work.
Speaking of, what was the reason for the change in map 5? You have been playing the projectile hero for the majority of the series, and doing a darn good job on it. I mean, picking out Pharah, for goodness sake. We were giving you some props on that one. And then we saw in Control Center, you went over to the Sojourn and Lilith picked up the Junkrat. What was the reason for the swap?
The swap was mainly because the cast definitely had its moments, but I figured that the Sojourn mirror would be a little more consistent. And Lilith's Junkrat is just as good as mine, if not better. So really, it wasn't too big a deal to put him on Junkrat instead and me on Sojourn for the mirror.
No, but that's having the Sojourn over the cast makes a lot of sense. So no, I mean that answers my question. And I guess you felt confident picking up the Sojourn yourself. So or at least competent. We'll say.
That's a good word for my Sojourn. Competent. I
mean, it worked out this time at least.
Yeah.
That's a very good thing.
Yeah. Of the 3 maps that could have been picked on Lijiang, the first one where we went over to the Winston was a last second call. That's our weakest map of the 3 for sure. Because we're a Reinhardt team and Reinhardt doesn't perform that well on that map, in my opinion. So we tried something out and it happened to work. So we'll probably be doing a little more innovating. So, I'm assuming they're going to watch the VOD back, but hopefully we'll have some things to mix up next match as well.
That is usually how that goes, right? If you have the VOD, you can use the VOD. But you have a little bit of time to prepare, of course. Not a team you're unfamiliar with, you're going to go up against, like you said last time. Was it the most successful attempt for you guys? But you come a long way. yeah, a lot of teams had a very similar record in this division. Do you attribute a lot of that to like a similar problem that you guys had, where it's like early start was a bit rough, or some teams got a bit of a benefit from the early start, having some advantages in some way?
I think it's definitely because certain teams adapted really well, really fast, and then other teams took a while to catch up. I think it led to a very split division. Also, I think certain teams, looking at the records, certain teams seem to like fall off a little bit. I'm not going to name any names really, but like certain teams were really strong early, and came back to get beat by what we considered like my team. We were going through and predicting who's going to win what. Were beaten by teams that we didn't expect them to get beaten by. I don't know the reason why that would be. Honestly, maybe they had someone have to leave and they have a sub, or whatever. But yeah, I think it's such a close division because certain teams adapted faster than others.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Go ahead.
I just want to ask about expectations for the rest of playoffs. So, I mean, you're coming in 6th seed. I mean, granted, everybody's so close. 5 teams have the same records. Yep. You've got a match you're looking forward to next. How deep do you think you can go with your very brawl-centric squad here?
I'm hoping to beat Murray State. I believe we lost to them last semester as well in semis, but I think we'll be able, I could be wrong about that, but I'm looking forward to it. I think we can beat them. It'll probably be close again. Sure. A lot of our matches, if you look at our records, are 5-mappers, and that's mainly because we're really good at control. And we really suck at push. We tend to go to 5 maps because we usually win the first and the last and one of them in between. So
yes, this is your 4th 5-map win in the past 6 games.
Yep,
I've got the numbers right in front of me. So yeah, that is no exaggeration.
I usually call it the San Francisco Shock Special.
Yes,
they used to have a history of that as well. But hey, if there's a team to be trying to mirror, it's not a bad choice.
Nope,
that's all I'm saying.
Not at all.
Well, hey, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk with us. Any shout outs you want to give before we let you get out of here and enjoy the rest of your night?
I just want to shout out the rest of my team. They really put their nose to the grindstone recently and have been improving. I'm really happy with our end of season performance, and I'm looking forward to the next match.
Yeah, good luck keeping the streak going. Thanks again for doing the interview, and congrats on the dub.
Thank you.
All right, friends. That was Snoop Ferret coming in from South Alabama. A very, very straightforward interview. I like the
Yeah.
Okay.
Give all the secrets away. Do it. Yeah, why not?
It's not like you couldn't tell by just watching one map of them. Like, I mean, they kind
of
in their, in their play style, and hey, they've got an identity. They're leaning into that identity. You love to see it. It's working for them.
I mean, I do really like as well, like the little hint in there. It's like, oh, we might try to innovate some other things in there. Like, the Winston seems to be working. Maybe we make something new. It's like, well, still keep them on their toes a little bit. It's what you do. But friends, that's what we do here. We show off the players, we show off the teams, we show off some great Overwatch. Also other games, of course, but not tonight. Tonight we had a couple of great series. Actually, I'm pretty sure that we don't have any series anymore after this. So unfortunately, that is going to be the end for this stream. But we've had a blast.
We have had a blast. I mean, that's day 1 in the books. We've had several, series go to map 5. A lot of really close games. A lot of really good competition here in Collegiate Overwatch at NECC. It has been an absolute pleasure bringing it to you. I was hoping I could find our next date here, so I'm kind of stalling momentarily while I'm typing on my computer, because I would literally love to let y'all know when day 2.
Back on the 1st of December.
Yes, yep, that's exactly it. I thought we were taking time off for the holidays, but I wanted to double check. Classy's exactly right. Next day 2 of playoffs will be on December 1st, so mark it down, save the date, all of those things. But until then, we really appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out with us, enjoying these games. Appreciate everybody behind the scenes for making all this happen. Everybody at NECC, thank y'all very much. But we will see you in a couple weeks. Have a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday and enjoy the rest of your evening. Bye, friends.